Chapter 1069. There was a saying that one's mouth said no, but the body was very obedient. Gia was a classic example of this. Her mouth kept saying no, but her body was very obedient and even cooperated. All of her rationality was completely destroyed. In the entire courtyard, fiery emotions seemed to be flowing everywhere. The red leaves on the ground were floating all over the sky. Just like that, no one knew how much time had passed. In the end, he lay limp on the stone table, enjoying the enchanting silence. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the sky was about to turn dark. Jia hurriedly got up from Yang Dingtian's body. Then she tidied her clothes and pulled her skirt up again. Damn you! She pinched Yang Dingtian hard, then quickly ran into the house to take a bath. You're over there. Don't follow me, she said as she ran. Yang Dingtian went to the room on the other side. There, the fox maidservants with red faces had been waiting for a long time. The comfortable hot spring flowed in the white, jade-like bath. Yang Dingtian lay down comfortably. Several fox maidservants came forward to bathe Yang Dingtian. Then they changed into comfortable clothes. When everything was ready, the sky was completely dark. The maidservants led Yang Dingtian to a palace. It was very familiar to Yang Dingtian. When he was under house arrest in the Silver Palace, he lived here. Jia, who was wearing a pink dress, and Yao Yang, who was wearing a snow-white robe, were already waiting at the table. There were many delicacies on the table. Every one of them was very exquisite. Of course, the red cake was an exception. That plate of red cake was messed up beyond recognition. When his precious son saw Yang Dingtian come in, he pouted and complained, "Daddy, you're so slow. I'm starving." As he spoke, his big eyes were still staring at the delicious food on the table. Yang Dingtian sat down and said, "Let's eat." The little guy's chopsticks immediately attacked. He picked up the best piece of snowflake, beast meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Jia picked up the red wine and filled Yang Dingtian's cup before pouring a full one for herself. Then he picked up another bottle of red wine and filled it to the brim. However, this little guy had already completely immersed himself in the dishes on the table. He didn't care about anything else at all. He ate until his face was covered in oil. Yang Dingtian raised his glass of red wine and clinked it with Jia's before downing it in one gulp. The taste was very good. It wasn't bitter, but it wasn't sour either. In short, it definitely wasn't delicious, but it had a very fragrant taste that was very deep and distant. Why didn't father-in-law come? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, "The 9 tribes are having a banquet. Isn't it good for the 3 of us to have a meal together?" "Sure." Yang Dingtian gazed at Jia's snow-white, jade-like face. The blush on her cheeks and the charm in her beautiful eyes had yet to fade. After that, the 2 of them continued to drink. Yang Dingtian continued to gorge himself, gulping down wine and eating meat. The 3 of them didn't need to speak, but a warm and happy feeling flowed in their hearts. Suddenly, Jia's expression became annoyed, because she finally found the root of Yao Yang's pickiness. These 2 were indeed father and son. Even the things they liked to eat were exactly the same. They didn't even touch most of the vegetables. They just liked to eat meat. Moreover, it had to be a mixture of fat and lean. It would be best if it had bones and was chewy. Jia saw the father and son picking at the food on the plate with their chopsticks, eating with their mouths, and staring at the food. They really looked exactly the same. "Yao Yang, why are you only eating meat and not vegetables? You won't grow up like this," Jia said coldly. The little guy didn't even raise his head. "Daddy is like this too. You're an adult, but you don't care. Why do you care about a kid like me?" Yang Dingtian. Jia glared at Yang Dingtian. "Can't you set a good example for your son?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. Then he drank the red wine in big gulps. He picked up a bunch of vegetables and stuffed them into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed them directly. The little guy, Yao Yang, said, "Mommy, since Daddy likes to eat vegetables so much, I won't fight with him. Let's give them all to him." Yang Dingtian was speechless. This son was different from the other sons. Yang Yi was gentle and elegant. Yang Li was arrogant and domineering. Little Cho liked to act cute all day long. He was a little muddle-headed. This Yao Yang in front of him was mischievous and clever. He was the most similar to Yang Dingtian when he was young. Jia didn't reason with her son. She went forward and pinched the little guy's oily little face with her jade-like hands. She opened his little mouth and forced every vegetable into his mouth. Instantly, the little guy's face became bitter. After he finished eating, Jia kissed his little mouth fiercely and said, "Good boy." A table full of dishes was actually eaten clean by the family of 3. Of course, most of them were eaten by Yang Dingtian. In the end, no one touched the remaining pile of red cakes. Jia looked at Yang Dingtian and then looked at Yao Yang. "I'm full. I'm going to read." The little guy slipped off the chair and turned to run. Jia grabbed his ear and picked up a piece of red cake. She said, "Open your mouth." The little guy helplessly opened his mouth and stuffed a piece of red cake into it. He said, "I'll play after I finish eating. I don't like Mommy anymore. Daddy, take me away so that Mommy won't force me to eat things I don't like every day." The little guy chewed with his small mouth and swallowed. He said, "Madam Jia, can I go and play now?" Jia didn't mind her son calling her name. "Yes, Mr. Yao Yang. Do you remember when to come back?" Jia said, "I know." The little guy ran away in the blink of an eye. When he ran to the door, he turned to Yang Dingtian. "Daddy, can you sleep with me tonight?" "Of course. Good boy," Yang Dingtian said. Then the little guy ran away without leaving a trace. "Where is the little guy going to play?" Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said in name he's going to read. In fact, he's going to play with little girls. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Jia said, "You're such a playboy. He's really learned from you." Yang Dingtian was speechless. That can't be. This little guy is only 3 years old. Among his sons, both Yang Yi and Yang Li didn't like to play with little girls. In the end, Yao Yang was just like himself when he was young. He liked to play with girls. He really didn't expect this. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Jia said. Then she pushed the pile of red cakes in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Finish them." Yang Dingtian's expression turned bitter as he said, "But I am already full." Jia said, "I made these myself. Do you want to eat them?" Then Yang Dingtian had no choice but to painfully eat the red cakes one bite at a time. However, when he ate the last piece, he suddenly grabbed Jia, pinched her little mouth open, and forced the red cake in his mouth into her mouth. Jia kept struggling, but she was no longer Yang Dingtian's opponent. She could only let Yang Dingtian feed her. "Yang Dingtian, you're so disgusting." After swallowing it, Jia's face was full of disgust. He pulled her to sit on his lap and gently stroked her neck. He kissed her eyes, nose, and then kissed all the red cakes on the corner of her mouth. In the end, the aroused Jia couldn't hold back anymore. She opened her little mouth and kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. The two of them kissed deeply and entangled. "Husband, how's my sister?" Jia snuggled in Yang Dingtian's arms and asked softly. "Yes, she's fine," Yang Dingtian said. "Do you think it's okay for me to bring the baby to live in Cloud Sky City for a while?" Jia whispered. Yang Dingtian was startled. Then he said, "Okay, after the human countries are settled, you and the baby can not only live in the human countries. Yang Yi and Yao Rao can also live in the little western paradise." "Yes," Jia said. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said, "but I'll be back soon. I'll be back with Chairman Nehru." "Yes," Jia said. "In the future, don't leave for so long. It's really hard for me." "Why? Is your desire so strong?" Yang Dingtian laughed. Jia said, "Unhappily, don't spoil the fun. I'm talking about the psychological side. Especially when I see the baby and you're not by my side. The loneliness is really indescribable." Yang Dingtian hugged her tightly and said, I know, I'm sorry. At about 10 o'clock on Earth, the little guy, Yao Yang, came back from the library. Then the family of 3 got on the big bed. When the little guy was 2 years old, he slept on his own small bed. Now that he could sleep with his parents, he was very excited and kept rolling and jumping on the bed. Daddy, tell me a story, tell me a story. I won't sleep tonight. I want to listen to stories until dawn, the little guy announced loudly. Then, less than 15 minutes later, the little guy curled up in Yang Dingtian's arms and fell asleep. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but wonder if his story was that bad. Moreover, this little guy was already 3 years old, but he was still hugging his head when he slept, just like a baby. The next morning, Yang Dingtian left Indu and returned to the human countries. When he left, the little guy was still sleeping soundly. While sleeping, he clicked his tongue. He was so cute that Yang Dingtian couldn't take his eyes off him. He really wanted to stay and accompany him. It was said that home was the place where the fighting spirit of any hero dissipated. Yang Dingtian completely understood the saying. Chapter 1070. Wu Yu was fine. She didn't have any feelings for this father that she had never seen before. However, Neru's mind seemed to have exploded. She lost all ability to think. Her life could be divided into 2 stages. Before her husband died and after her husband died. Before Miju's death, she was a great speaker. She had extraordinary ambitions. She was full of ideals and vitality. She was one of the most outstanding leaders in the history of Little Western Paradise. It had to be known that she had taken over Little Western Paradise's worst situation. At that time, the Great War of the 9 Tribes, started by the Demon King, had just ended. Although the war had ended, the internal strife continued without end. It was Neru who led the joint council to restore peace in Little Western Paradise. To a large extent, she healed the cracks between the 9 tribes. As for Yongxi, he was able to become the speaker after a few hundred years. It was all because he was Neru's disciple. However, all of this came to an abrupt end with the death of her husband, Miju. Following Miju's suicide, all of her ambitions and aspirations were extinguished. His entire being had sunk into boundless guilt. After that, although she was still the speaker, there were many things that she couldn't handle. Fortunately, the joint council of Little Western Paradise was on the right track. After Wu Yu grew up, she chose to enter the High Priest Association to atone for her sins. Everything was because of her husband, Miju's death. Because the silent tribe was noble and detached. Not reproducing was the highest creed of the silent tribe. Because once they reproduced, it meant that the silent tribe was no longer without desires. Therefore, she had been committing suicide. She seduced Miju and made him break his creed, which led to his suicide. Now, Yang Dingtian said that he didn't die. Therefore, Neru didn't know how to react to this news. Should she be happy or sad? After Neru calmed down, Yang Dingtian told Miju's story in detail. From his research on the dark crevice until he was seduced by the dark crevice, he developed a desire for it. That was why he married Neru and gave birth to Wu Yu. It was precisely because he had been contaminated by the energy of the dark crevice that he had become afraid of death and had not been able to commit suicide in the end. He didn't commit suicide. Why? Why didn't he tell me? Neru asked. Yang Dingtian said, he wants to rely on his own power to resist the invasion of the dark crevice. He wants to return to the nobility of the silent tribe. Neru's eyes revealed a trace of pain. In this man's heart, he felt that his love with her was depraved. His highest goal was to restore the nobility of the silent clan and ignore the pain Neru was in. Yang Dingtian said, I don't know how well he resisted, but he probably didn't try to devour the energy of the dark crack during that time. However, this resistance continued until one day when it completely failed. What? Neru asked. Yang Dingtian said, when he heard that you had committed suicide, his will was instantly crushed, so he completely fell into depravity. As soon as these words came out, tears immediately streamed down Na Lu's face. This at least proved that Mi Zhu loved her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken down upon hearing that she had died. Yang Dingtian continued. From then on, he became a complete captive of the dark crevice. His only goal in life was to devour the energy of the dark crevice and enjoy that indescribable feeling of joy. Just like that, day after day, year after year. Later, he met Eternal Shi Wentian. Eternal Shi Wentian's spatial fissure flames allowed him to enter the depths of the abyss and devour the denser and more powerful energy of the dark crevice. Thus, he completely colluded with Eternal Shi Wentian. He and the Dark Wanderers led by him, which are the people exiled by the Silver Dragon Holy Palace, followed Eternal Shi Wentian's orders and became the most powerful force in Eternal Shi Wentian's hands. Wu Yu was silent for a long time before saying, "Then, do you think he can still be saved?" Yang Dingtian. When the 4 patriarchs and I escorted Eternal Shi Wentian into Mount Buzhou, we were stopped by Mi Zhu. I told him that Neru is still alive in this world, and that you exist. He was very shocked, but he said that it was already too late. He was still prepared to use any means necessary to steal Eternal Shi Wentian from me, and he didn't hesitate to commit a massacre. Neru's eyes twitched upon hearing this. Yang Dingtian continued. After that, I proposed that I could form a new alliance with him, and that my spatial fissure flames would serve him. He immediately abandoned Eternal Shi Wentian. Neru's body trembled again. This news was indeed a huge blow to her. Mi Zhu's death was a very painful thing, but at the very least, the Mi Zhu in her heart was still noble, holy, and worthy of love. At this time, Mi Zhu had completely fallen. This represented the death of the love in Neru's heart. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, Neru had already regained her composure. In fact, Yang Dingtian felt that she seemed to be even stronger than before. Yang Dingtian, Neru said slowly, "Thank you for getting rid of my heart demon. This heart demon has tormented me for countless years. No matter what I do, this heart demon makes it impossible for me to be righteous. When a person's heart is filled with guilt, then her pride and ambition will also disappear. That way, no matter what he does, he won't be able to do it." Yang Dingtian completely understood this point. Therefore, the evil Tao had always said that it was very simple to make Yang Dingtian collapse. They just had to kill his beloved wife and children. That way, Yang Dingtian would instantly collapse and go crazy. No matter what he did in the future, he would lose his confidence. If he couldn't even protect his wife and child, how could he still have the face to do anything else? Now, Nera knew the truth about Mi Zhu, although it was very painful. But at least it proved that she had a clear conscience. Everything she did was not wrong. She could still maintain her pride. Yang Dingtian, now that the chairman of the Little Western Paradise Joint Council is vacant, Madame Nero has to preside over the overall situation as soon as possible. Nera nodded and said, "Little Tian, although we are already a family, but after I become the chairman of the Little Western Paradise, I will definitely consider the interests of Little Western Paradise. I won't be too biased towards you and the human countries. You have to be clear about this." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I know, and this matter is very complicated. The fate of Little Western Paradise and the human countries in the future are closely linked. After you become the chairman of the Little Western Paradise, there will be a top-secret meeting held at Buzhou Mountain. Explain, you will represent the Joint Council. I will represent the human countries. Monster Fury 2 and Monster Li 2 will represent the 9 tribes, and President Su Yan will represent the Silver Dragon Temple. They will set a long-term plan for the development of Little Western Paradise and the human countries." Nera was stunned. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian's words had exceeded the level of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian explained, according to the rough calculations of the High Priest Association, about 5,000 years later, the expansion of the torn space will break the balance and lead to the destruction of the entire torn space. The destruction of the torn space will cause the Little Western Paradise to lose its balance and collapse. becoming the next torn space. The High Priest Association named it the little nirvana of the world. As soon as these words came out, Nehru was stunned. Obviously, this meant that the direction of her work would completely change from now on. If the destruction of the little Western paradise couldn't be stopped, then the vitality continent of the human countries would become the only hope for the survival of the little Western paradise civilization. Nehru nodded and said, "I know what to do." Yang Dingtian said, "Then let's not waste time. We will enter the little Western paradise immediately." Wu Qiong said, "Evil ways will attack the door of the human countries. We will let them pass." Yang Dingtian said, "If the evil Tao were to attack the human kingdom's door, I would be more than happy to oblige. Yongxi Wentian is dead. Evil ways will never be able to come out once they enter the skull hall. They will be walking right into the trap. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear." From afar, a green light flew over like lightning. It was the soul sword wand of the Queen Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian and the other two immediately flew back to the narrow entrance of the taboo continent's illusion. Violet, Demonic Fox, and the others immediately put away the mahjong table as fast as they could, even though little Yao Zi was extremely unwilling because she was about to win. Then the 5 saint-level powerhouses and 4 half-step saint-level powerhouses immediately set up a large formation and completely blocked the entrance of the Skull Hall. Although Yang Dingtian didn't care about the attack of the evil ways and couldn't wait for them to rush into the little Western paradise, he still had to put on an act. Sure enough, about half an hour later, a few black figures flew over from the distant horizon. Queen Devil Queen, Dishibian, Wulingzi, Wu Daozi, and Prince Li Ming stopped at lightning speed. "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, long time no see. I've missed you." Prince Li Ming stood out from the crowd and made his debut. Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone, how have you been? What's the matter this time?" Prince Li Ming said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you previously proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli. Is it still valid?" Yang Dingtian raised an eyebrow and said, "What's wrong? You've thought it through and decided to exchange?" Prince Li Ming said, "That's right. We agree to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli." Yang Dingtian immediately fell into a dilemma when he heard this. Previously, he proposed this trade to buy time and prevent the Ghost Emperor Wentian from using countless energy essences to push Prince Li Ming to the saint level. Evil ways would then launch a suicidal attack on the Skull Hall. Once they broke through the little Western paradise and colluded with Yong, the consequences would be unimaginable. The result was indeed so. Yong, she actually had more than 40 saint-level powerhouses under his command. If evil ways had broken through the little Western paradise at that time, the Council of Light would be completely finished now, and Yang Dingtian would also be finished. But that was then, and this is now. Now, Yong Wentian was finished. The 40 saint-level powerhouses under his command were indirectly in the hands of Yang Dingtian. Now, Yang Dingtian couldn't wait for Queen Devil Queen and the others to attack the little Western paradise. That way, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. But at this time, Prince Li Ming actually proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli. Chapter 1071. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Yang Dingtian's mind. At this time, as long as the Demon King Wentian did not appear, evil ways would be done for. Right now, the most important thing was to lure the Devil Queen, dead concubine, Crown Prince Li Ming, and the others into the Western paradise and walk right into their trap. Then, should he still use Dongfang Bingling to trade for Dongli? What were the pros and cons? Soon, Yang Dingtian found that agreeing to the trade was more advantageous than disadvantageous, because before it was Yang Dingtian who took the initiative to propose the trade. If he rejected the trade now, in that case, the crafty Crown Prince Li Ming would suspect that Yang Dingtian's previous proposal was to stall for time and that it was a trap. Then, perhaps the evil Tao would withdraw into hiding. And if he handed over Dongli in exchange for Dongfang Bingling, what would happen? It seemed that there would not be much of an impact, because at this time, Dongli hated Prince Li Ming to the core. He had already knelt down to pledge loyalty to Yang Dingtian and wanted to murder Li Ming and the Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian did not believe in Dongli's loyalty, but he completely believed in Dongli's deep-seated hatred for Prince Li Ming, because Prince Li Ming's attitude towards Dongli was completely abandoned. Moreover, even if Dongli broke the contract and did not kill Prince Li Ming and the others at the border of the abyss and help them enter Little Western Paradise, it did not matter. He could just wait for them at the void crack of Little Western Paradise to walk into the trap. Even if all these factors were eliminated, it was extremely important to exchange for Dongfang Bingling. After all, Bingling was his wife, and it was also his promise. After a short while, Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Okay, I agree to the exchange." Dongli said sect leader Yang Dingtian is indeed devoted. Then, tonight, we will officially carry out the exchange. Yang Dingtian, okay. See you tonight, Dongli said. Then the figures of Prince Li Ming and the other four disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian felt a little regretful. Prince Li Ming had agreed to the exchange tonight, not tomorrow night or the day after. If it was the day after tomorrow, then Yang Dingtian could enter the Little Western Paradise now and summon a large number of saint-level experts as quickly as possible to ambush near the Taboo Continent Sea region. Once Dongfang Bingling was done with the exchange, they would immediately catch all of them. No matter how terrifying the evil spirits of evil ways were, they wouldn't be able to escape the tight encirclement of more than 20 saint-level experts. However, there were already more than a dozen saint-level experts in the Skull Hall, and they were very close. If these saint-level experts of the Silver Palace agreed to help, then they could catch Prince Li Ming and the rest of the evil ways tonight. Yang Dingtian immediately told this idea to Neru. Neru frowned and said, "The saint-level experts of the Martial Arts Hall only obey the orders of the chairman. I haven't taken up the position yet, and I'm afraid they won't be willing to obey." Yang Dingtian, let's give it a try. If we can catch all of the evil ways tonight, it will save us a lot of trouble. Nara nodded and said, "Okay." After confirming that the evil ways were completely gone, Yang Dingtian immediately used his invisibility skill and disappeared into thin air. Nara was also within his range of invisibility. "Yao Li, enter the Skull Hall to receive us in 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, Sect Master," Yao Li said. Then, Yang Dingtian and Neru rushed into the Skull Hall. The moment they entered the Skull Hall, they quickly entered the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Then, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to fly in the opposite direction in the dark void. He and Neru jumped out of the illusory realm and woke up in the Skull Hall. The moment they opened their eyes, Yang Dingtian found that he and Neru were completely surrounded. 10 saint-level experts and more than a dozen half-saint-level experts surrounded Yang Dingtian and Yao Li from all directions. Their Xian meridians were completely suppressed. However, any orders they gave were temporarily frozen, so they only surrounded them and didn't do anything else. When the saint-level expert leader of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall saw Neru, he couldn't help but be shocked. He said in a trembling voice, "Speaker, Neru." "Inshur-san?" Neru called out the leader's name after a moment. As a martial artist of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, he didn't have a surname or a name. He just used In as his surname and his rank as his name. This Inshur-san was the 13th member to enter the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, so he was called Inshur-san. "That's me." Inshur-san bowed and said, "Speaker Neru, it's great that you're still alive." The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's leader, Inshur-san, had served many speakers. However, the one who left the deepest impression was still this Speaker Neru in front of them. When the news of Speaker Neru's death came, the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's martial artists couldn't do anything, but they felt extremely sad. They didn't expect that their old friend didn't die and was still as elegant as ever. This made Yin San and the others very happy. Nera said, "It's a long story. This person beside me is the leader of the human nations, Yang Dingtian." Yin San nodded lightly at Yang Dingtian because he was now Yang Dingtian and not the Silver Dragon Judge or the great sage Jiang Shang. Yin San said, "Elder Nero, how have you been?" Nero said, "Little Western Paradise is going through a drastic change. Yong Shi Wentian has been executed. I accept the invitation of the 9 tribes and become the new speaker." Yin San was overjoyed. It's great that Speaker Nero is back. Not only Yin San, but the other Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's martial artists were also overjoyed. It seemed that Nero was really popular in Little Western Paradise. As Silver Dragon Martial Arts Hall's martial artists, they couldn't have their own political opinions. However, Yin San and the others didn't agree with Yong Shi's new civilization from the bottom of their hearts. They felt that it was a poison that would castrate the demon fox race. However, even if they didn't support it, they could only obey Yong Shi's orders because he was the speaker. Now, having a speaker that they wholeheartedly supported was the best result. Nero said, "San, regarding Yong Shi's death, you should already know everything?" Yin San said, "Yes, he has been possessed by the human Wentian and murdered the former speaker, Yao Qi. The evidence is conclusive." Nero said, "The human Wentian is the demon king of the evil ways in the human nations. At this moment, there are still a few remnants of the evil ways outside. Yong Shi Wentian's followers. Sect Master Yang Dingtian's martial Dao influence wasn't enough to capture all of them. You guys are very close. Are you willing to help and capture all the remnants of the evil ways tonight?" Yin San immediately fell into a difficult situation. He bowed deeply and said, "Logically and emotionally, I should have an answer. However, Speaker Nero, our Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall only listens to the speaker's orders. As long as you show us the speaker's token and give us the Silver Palace's order, we will immediately obey." Nero nodded and said, "I know, but the operation has to be carried out tonight. Even if I rush to the Silver Capital at the fastest speed, it will be too late." Yin San's face immediately revealed an extremely apologetic expression. He bowed and said, "Then I'm very sorry that I can't help Speaker Nero. Please forgive me." Nero smiled and said, "I know that you guys are right to stick to your principles." Then Nero looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and apologized. Nero already knew this result, but in order to satisfy Yang Dingtian, she still came in and showed favoritism. This would affect her image. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could be considered to have done something stupid. Little Western Paradise and the human countries were indeed different. In the human countries, people were more important than the system. To put it more directly, in the current human countries, Yang Dingtian's will was greater than the heavens. Whatever he said was the law. However, in the Little Western Paradise United Parliament, the system was greater than the heavens. Even the speaker could not change it. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Yong Shi was, he was still chased off the stage. Both had their pros and cons, but in some aspects of Little Western Paradise, it was indeed the direction of the human country's development. Of course, it was only in some aspects. After that, Nero and Yang Dingtian waited quietly. Yin San said, "Speaker Nero, are we going to the Silver Capital now?" Nero said, "There are still some things to do in the human countries. After that, we will immediately go to the Silver Capital. Later, a demon fox will enter the Skull Hall to bring us out. She is the Golden Ah clan's princess Yao Li." Yin San nodded and said, "We know what to do, Speaker Nero." After a while, Yao Li flew into the Skull Hall, and the door to the human countries opened. Yang Dingtian and Nero rushed out of the door at the fastest speed and returned to the Forbidden Continent's sea region. In just a short while, Wu Yu's mahjong table was already on the table. How addicted was she to mahjong? Seeing Yang Dingtian and her mother come out, Wu Yu said, Yang Dingtian, you made a fool of yourself. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall will not go against its principles. You made my mother lose face, and people will think that Speaker Nehru is starting to be biased. Nehru said, Little Bamboo, don't talk to Yang Dingtian like that. Wu Yu smiled indifferently and threw out a mahjong tile. Demon Chicken. Yao Zi looked up and said, Speaker Nehru, do you want to play? I will let you play. Although she said that, her eyes were glued to the mahjong tile. She did not have any intention of letting go. Nehru smiled and said, You play. After that, Yang Dingtian and Nehru floated in the air, waiting for the night to come. Seeing Yang Dingtian's serious expression, Nehru smiled and said, Don't worry. In this battle, you have already gained an overwhelming advantage. Yang Dingtian smiled and nodded. A few hours later, night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, 5 silhouettes flew over at lightning speed. The Devil Queen's dead concubine and crown prince Li Ming had brought Dongfang Bingling to trade. Soon the 5 of them arrived. Dongfang Bingling was in the arms of the Devil Queen, the undead concubine. Prince Li Ming smiled and said, Sir Yang Dingtian, let's start the trade. Originally, I wanted to hug Bingling, but after thinking about it, I decided not to do so in order to prevent you from getting jealous. Queen Devil Queen lowered her head and said to Dongfang Bingling, My little disciple, you have gotten what you wanted. You have returned to your man's side. Chapter 1072. Yang Dingtian found that Dongfang Bingling was unconscious in the arms of the Queen Devil Queen. Prince Li Ming said, Yang Dingtian, where's Dongli? Hand him over. Yang Dingtian directly pulled out Dongli from the space ring. Dongli had been in a state of suspended animation in the space ring. Now that he had returned to the air, he fell into a temporary daze. After a while, he saw the situation clearly and saw Prince Li Ming, the Queen Devil Queen, and the others. However, his gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. He had already seen that this was an exchange, using him to exchange for Dongfang Bingling. Then, the scene of that day immediately appeared in Dongli's mind. At the junction of the torn space and the dark matter, Yang Dingtian wanted to kill him. He was afraid of death, and he hated Prince Li Ming. So Dongli knelt down to pledge his loyalty to Yang Dingtian. Now, it seemed that he was going to return to the evil ways. What about the agreement with Yang Dingtian? Prince Li Ming glanced at Dongli, then said, Yang Dingtian, let's start the exchange. Yang Dingtian, wait, why is Bingling unconscious? Let her wake up. He didn't trust the character of the evil ways very much. He was afraid that they had done something to Bingling. The Queen Devil Queen gently brushed Dongfang Bingling's neck. Bingling suddenly woke up, and her eyes fell into a temporary daze. First, she saw the Queen Devil Queen. An expression in her eyes became incomparably painful and complicated. Then she saw Yang Dingtian and was immediately pleasantly surprised, saying, Senior brother! That's right, this was Bingling's soul. This kind of expression was completely impossible to hide. Let's start the exchange. Prince Li Ming said, Let go of Dongli and let him walk over. We'll let go of Bingling and let her walk over herself. Yang Dingtian nodded and then released the imprisonment on Dongli. He looked at him deeply, hoping that Dongli would remember his agreement. Dongli lowered his head, looked at the Devil Queen and Li Ming, and slowly floated towards the other side. Dongfang Bingling also floated towards Yang Dingtian. At this time, there were 5 saint-level and half-saint-level experts on Yang Dingtian's side. They had an absolute advantage in terms of strength, but they were still infinitely on guard for fear that the evil ways would use some underhand tricks. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 1,000 meters. Dongfang Bingling and Dongli floated in different directions, and then passed by each other in the air. If it was the previous Dongli, he would definitely do something. But now, Dongli had suffered an unprecedented blow. First, he was horribly tortured by Wulingzi for several days and nights, and he could neither live nor die. Subsequently, he was tortured by Yang Dingtian and imprisoned in the spatial ring for a few months to fake his death. In addition, he was repeatedly abandoned by the evil ways and faced the threat of being swallowed by the dark matter. At this time, his spine was almost broken, and he was no longer as fierce as before. When they passed by each other, Dongli only glanced at Dongfang Bingling, and then continued to fly in the direction of the evil ways. When they were less than 100 meters away, Yang Dingtian rushed forward like lightning, hugged Dongfang Bingling, and said, "Junior sister, how are you?" Dongfang Bingling gently stretched her body and looked at Yang Dingtian's face. Then she smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just a little unnatural. It's as if this body isn't mine." It was no wonder, for his soul had lost control of his body for several years. When he finally recovered his soul, he immediately fell into a coma and was imprisoned in the underworld empire. At this time, it was inevitable that he felt a little unfamiliar with his body. At this time, Dongli had returned to Prince Li Ming and the others. Li Ming stepped forward and said, "Brother, how are you?" This was probably the first time Prince Li Ming called him brother. Previously, Li Ming looked down on Dongli very much and would only call him by his name, not even his name. Dongli nodded coldly and did not have any good attitude towards Prince Li Ming. "Let's go." The Queen Devil Queen said. Prince Li Ming said, "Sect Master Yang, the exchange has been completed. You already have a beauty in your arms, so cherish her. Goodbye." Then the 5 people of the evil ways took Dongli and quickly left, disappearing without a trace in an instant. "Senior brother, you finally rescued me." Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian greedily and said, "Many times I almost gave up hope." Yang Dingtian said, "Now only your master, Nihility Piaoling, and Dishibian are left." Dongfang Bingling said, "Dishibian is fine, but my master is a little intoxicated." That was indeed the case. When Yang Dingtian recalled the expression of the Devil Empress' deceased concubine, his heart turned gloomy. He then forcefully tossed these thoughts aside and said, "Junior sister, master, and master's wife must be missing you very much. I will bring you to meet them now." The expression on Dongfang Bingling's face became slightly unnatural, but she still nodded. Yang Dingtian understood this unnaturalness because her relationship with her parents was not very close. All along, she was full of complaints towards Dongfang Minmi, and with her proud personality, she did not have any family affection. However, after her will was suppressed by a first-class evil spirit, the endless loneliness made her full of desire for affection. When she was fighting against a first-class evil spirit, she realized that even a little bit of affection and warmth could be an important weapon against a first-class evil spirit. Missing her parents, missing the sword servant girl, and especially her feelings for Yang Dingtian were the foundation of her support until now. Therefore, in these few years of soul torture, Dongfang Bingling's heart had softened from Lung Ao's. Yang Dingtian said to Nero, "I will take Junior's sister home first." Nero nodded. Then Yang Dingtian took Dongfang Bingling and flew towards Cloud Sky City like lightning. At this moment, Wu Yu suddenly stood up and said, "I will go with you." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, because at this moment he was no longer afraid of evil ways attacking the Skull Hall, and even hoped that they would do so. Then Wu Yu and Yang Dingtian accompanied Dongfang Bingling back to Cloud Sky City. When flying over Lishui Manor, Wu Yu suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, under this Lishui lake, is there a phantom spirit demoness?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu said, "I haven't seen it yet. I want to see it, okay?" Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Wu Yu said angrily, "What, as your woman, you can't even satisfy this little request of mine?" Yang Dingtian helplessly nodded. Then he controlled the soul sword and drilled into the depths of Lishui Lake. The 10,000-year-old phantom spirit Demonis immediately spat out ice-cold energy, instantly freezing the entire lake. The near-emperor-grade soul sword drilled down continuously. After a quarter of an hour, the soul sword brought the energy jade box containing the phantom spirit Demonis and flew out of the lake. Wu Yu took the energy jade box containing the phantom spirit Demonis, but did not open it. Of course, he did not dare to open it. This ice-cold energy was really too terrifying. Even a saint-grade expert would find it hard to resist. As for Dongfang Bingling, she was looking at all of this with great interest. Because she had been imprisoned for too long, now that she had regained her freedom, she felt that everything was full of meaning. Previously, her temperament was very cold, almost uninterested in everything around her. She directly put the energy jade box into her bosom, then said, let's go back." Yang Dingtian was speechless, but thinking that Wu Yu would not do anything senseless, there must be a use for it. So he did not ask anything and continued to fly towards Cloud Sky City. On the way back to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian asked, "Junior sister, what are you going to do next?" Dongfang Bingling said, "After helping senior brother completely eliminate the evil ways, I will peacefully stay at home, have children, and serve senior brother for the rest of my life, not caring about worldly affairs." When saying this, Dongfang Bingling was very gentle, but also very bold. Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Previously, Bingling was full of ambition. Even after falling in love with Yang Dingtian, she always wanted to suppress Yang Dingtian. At this time, she actually wanted to be a good wife and mother. It seemed that in the past few years, when her will was suppressed by a first-class evil spirit, she had indeed changed a lot. Then, without caring about Wu Yu, she snuggled up in Yang Dingtian's arms and gave up flying by herself. At this time, she had really become as gentle as water. "Senior brother, how is Yongli and Debeo now?" Dongfang Bingling suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Dongfang Bingling had only held Debeo Yongli once, but she actually asked him specifically. Moreover, when she asked about Debeo Yongli, her beautiful eyes were full of envy and longing. Very domineering, almost exactly the same as Feng Wu's character, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes were intoxicated. "I wonder what our future baby will be like." Yang Dingtian finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He kissed her transparent, jelly-like lips and said, "I wish I could be like you, cold as ice and absolutely beautiful. I would definitely be popular with thousands of girls." That's really good. Bingling smiled. Yang Dingtian found that although Dongfang Bingling had become as gentle as water, she still completely ignored Wu Yu as if there was no one else around. Yang Dingtian hugged her soft and cold body and couldn't help but tighten his hands. The feeling of losing something that he had gained was really good. "Senior brother, all these years, there hasn't been a day that I haven't thought of you." Dongfang Bingling's delicate body shrank into Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly. At this time, Wu Yu finally couldn't help but say, "Dongfang Bingling, don't you think it's necessary for you to tell Yang Dingtian about the Demon King, Wen Tian now?" Indeed, the whereabouts of the Demon King, Wen Tian, was the most important thing to Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Bingling frowned unhappily. She was tired of this extra thing now and only wanted to enjoy this gentleness and sweetness. However, since Wu Yu asked, she still said, "The Demon King, Wen Tian, went to find the Naga Digashuang, and no one knows where he is. However, he has the powerful Chaos Emperor armor on him, which is made of thousands of high-level demon spirits, and is extremely powerful." Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. Thousands of high-level demon spirits, and only one Chaos Emperor armor? Then, how invulnerable was that? How powerful was that? He wondered if his Naga royalty sword spirit could break through his Chaos Emperor armor? Suddenly, Bingling said, "Senior brother, when we return to Cloud Sky City this time, while father and mother are here, let's have a simple wedding, okay?" Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "But there might not be many guests." Bingling said, "As long as father and mother are here, it's fine. A simple ceremony, and then I will give my body to you at night. Only after the wedding night will we be a real husband and wife." Yang Dingtian's heart softened and said, "Okay." Bingling smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have already counted the days. Today is the day when it's easier for me to get pregnant." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but blush. Wu, you couldn't help but fly a few 100 meters away from the two of them. She couldn't stand that kind of love the most. It was too mushy. Men and women could do whatever they wanted. When they were aroused, they could just take off their clothes and have sex. This kind of greasy made people speechless. At this time, Prince Li Ming, Queen Devil Queen, and Dongli flew directly to the border of the Underworld Empire. Before entering the Underworld Empire, Prince Li Ming stopped. Prince Li Ming bowed and said, "Brother, we are going to open the little Western Paradise. We will need your void-rending fire very much. Only you can reverse the situation of our Temple of Annihilation." Dongli couldn't help but sneer and said, "Li Ming, only now do you think of me as your brother? It seems that I am not important. My void-rending fire is the most important. If you didn't need my void-rending fire, I'm afraid you would have let me beg for death at Yang Dingtian's place." Prince Li Ming said, "I know that brother has a grudge and even made some kind of agreement with Yang Dingtian. You will even use your void-rending fire to kill us in the Abyss Fissure." When these words came out, Dongli's face changed in horror. Chapter 1073. Prince Li Ming directly pointed out Dongli's worries. He was indeed hesitating whether he should do this or not. Of course, he did not know that he would soon have this opportunity. Prince Li Ming said, "In a dozen days, a dark crevice will open between the first dark realm and the little Western Paradise. After passing through this dark crevice, we will be able to enter the little Western Paradise. However, this requires the Void Splitter Fire to evolve the dark crevice." Hearing this, Dongli immediately laughed loudly. No wonder, no wonder. You were in such a hurry to save me. Otherwise, you would have definitely let me die at Yang Dingtian's hands. Prince Li Ming said, "So at that time, at least when we pass through the dark crevice, you will put away the Void Splitter Fire, and we will die without a burial place. Then I want to ask, will you do that?" Dongli did not say anything, because he did not know whether he would do that or not. He had indeed promised Yang Dingtian, and had even sworn to be loyal to Yang Dingtian, and to kill Li Ming and the others. But he was a person who did not care about swearing at all, completely indifferent to it. If he would do that, it would only be because of the monstrous hatred in his heart. Right now, he truly hated the heartlessness of Prince Li Ming and the others, who had repeatedly trampled on his dignity. However, if he really wanted to kill all of them, he had not reached that level yet. Prince Li Ming said, "I know you won't. Your hatred is not that strong. And most importantly, His Majesty the Demon King is still here. If you really betray the Temple of Annihilation, he will not let you go no matter what." Dongli's heart could not help but tremble. He feared the Demon King Wen Tian from the bottom of his heart and soul. In this way, he really didn't dare to kill Prince Li Ming and the others, and he really didn't dare to betray the Temple of Annihilation. Then he sneered and said, "That's right, I don't dare to attack you, and I don't dare to betray the Temple of Annihilation. But at least I can do nothing, can't I? If you want to pass through the spatial fissure, you can do it yourselves. My spatial fissure fire has already lost its effect." Then Dongli closed his eyes and ignored him. Queen Devil Queen suddenly frowned. She had never liked Dongli. He was always so impulsive and couldn't consider the big picture. Immediately, the Queen Devil Queen said coldly, "Dongli, do you know what you're saying? Where do you place the great cause of the Temple of Annihilation? What do you think of His Majesty the Demon King?" Dongli said, "Your Majesty the Devil Queen, I'm also your adopted son, right? But when that bitch vulture humiliated and tortured me, What were you doing when Yang Dingtian proposed to exchange me for Vulture and Wolingzi? You directly refused, and didn't care about my life or death at all. I know that because my cultivation hasn't broken through to the half-saint realm, I'm not even comparable to a dog in your heart. Since the Temple of Annihilation doesn't love me, how can you make me love the Temple of Annihilation? Queen Devil Queen's face twitched and said, You think it's useful just because you don't want to? Don't forget that you have a first-class evil spirit in your body. We once completely suppressed your will. Dongli said, Of course I know. That memory is also engraved in my heart. But I also know that if you want to completely suppress my will and let the first-class evil spirit completely dominate my body, you need a complete evil spirit tree. And now, the other half of the evil spirit tree is no longer in His Majesty the Demon King's body, but has been taken away by the Naga Dugu Shui. Queen Devil Queen sneered and said, You're just guessing. We transferred the first-class evil spirit in Dongfang Bingling's body to Wolingzi's body, and then completely suppressed Wolingzi's will. This happened not too long ago. Dongli said, That's because you activated the independent will of the first-class evil spirit a long time ago. Even if it was transplanted into Wolingzi's body, it wouldn't change. That's why Wolingzi's will was suppressed. As soon as these words came out, they were close to falling out. Dong Li was such an impulsive person. If he was a smart person, he would definitely not have said those words. There was no room for repentance. Prince Li Ming was disdainful in his heart. Dong Li wanted to completely fall out with them, but he didn't have the courage. To completely compromise, but he was unwilling. As a result, he fell into the worst situation. Taking a deep breath, Prince Li Ming bowed and said, Brother Dongli, we know we've let you down. So, we're willing to make up for it. We'll enter the Underworld Empire and ask His Majesty to bestow you with the energy essence of the undead, so that you can break through to the semi-sage realm and make up for our previous mistakes, okay? As soon as these words came out, Dongli was immediately overjoyed and said, Really? Prince Li Ming said, Of course it's true. Dongli's heart was beating fast. The reason why he had fallen into such an awkward situation was that his cultivation was not high enough, so he was abandoned like a worn-out shoe. Dongli said now. Crown Prince Li Ming said, Let's go now. Okay, Dongli said, Let me break through to the semi-sage realm, and I'll forget all the unhappiness of the past. The Devil Queen frowned and was about to refuse. Prince Li Ming looked at her with pleading eyes, and the Devil Queen sighed deeply. Then Prince Li Ming said, Brother Dongli, from now on your role will be very important, so I hope we can unite and contribute everything to His Majesty the Demon King's cause. It's a deal, Dongli said and stretched out his hand. It's a deal. Prince Li Ming stretched out his hand and clapped hands with Dongli. Then the group rushed into the Underworld Empire. After entering the Tower of Babel, Prince Li Ming put forward his request. Ghost Emperor Wentian furrowed his brows, feeling extremely unhappy in his heart. Dongli actually dared to do this. This void-splitting fire was originally given to him by the Temple of Annihilation after a discussion. In the end, he used it as his capital and put forward an unreasonable request. He was really muddle-headed and greedy. Li Ming, are you going to condone his stupidity? Ghost Emperor Wentian said. Prince Li Ming said, Just this once. Consider it as making up for the anger in his heart. Ghost Emperor Wentian let out a deep sigh and said, All right. It's all that person's fault on the throne of darkness. If he didn't leave so irresponsibly, you wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Prince Li Ming bowed, not daring to listen to Ghost Emperor Wentian's words about the Demon King Wentian. Let him in, Ghost Emperor Wentian said. After a while, Dongli entered and knelt down. Your son greets Godfather. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, I hope that in the future you can consider the big picture and fight for the temple wholeheartedly. Now is the most difficult time for you, so you have to be united. Yes, Dongli said. As long as we get through the little western paradise, Godfather Yongxi Wen Tian will have countless saint-rank powerhouses in his hands. As long as these saint-rank powerhouses enter the human countries, they can easily destroy the Council of Light and capture Yang Dingtian. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, "Yes, so your void-splitting fire is very important. You have to take on the responsibility of being the Demon King's godson." "Yes, Godfather," Dongli said. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, "Well, I will give you the cultivation of a half-saint. This way, you can have the power to match your identity." Then his flame raised its hand and suddenly reached up to the sky. Suddenly, the undead in the distance suddenly turned into hell magic crystals and flew toward the Tower of Babel like meteors. Fortunately, it was only to break through to the half-saint realm, so only 100 or so undead at the infinite Grandmaster level and 10 fifth-level undead lords were needed. Although it was a little painful, it was not to the extent of hurting his muscles and bones. Hundreds of hell magic crystals condensed in the sky above the Tower of Babel and then violently poured down. When passing through Ghost Emperor Wen Tian's flame, they were instantly refined into pure energy essence. These energy essences, one after another, poured into Dongli's body. Boom, boom, boom! Dongli only felt a powerful Xian qi madly pouring in. His sea of qi instantly expanded and then suddenly exploded. His whole body fell into nothingness. He began to frantically break through. From the first grade of the 13th level to the second grade of the 13th level, it rose rapidly. Dongli suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of pleasure. This feeling of devouring, this feeling of breaking through, this feeling of breaking through, was simply too awesome and too mysterious. The feeling of being a peerless beauty was 100 times, 1,000 times more wonderful. Boom! Finally, the entire Tower of Babel slightly roared and shook. At the same time, a crack appeared in the dark clouds above the Netherworld Empire. Then, Dongli completed the final breakthrough. He officially broke through from the infinite Grandmaster level to the half-saint realm. After the breakthrough, Dongli still stood in the same place, trembling all over, enjoying the incomparably mysterious feeling, as if still immersed in the aftertaste. This feeling was really too wonderful. Prince Li Ming stepped forward and whispered, "Brother Dongli, we should set off for the first dark realm." Dongli was stunned. "So soon?" Prince Li Ming said, "Although there are still a few days before the dark crack blooms, it's better to go early." Dongli nodded. "All right then." Then the Evil Ways group bid farewell to the Ghost Emperor Wen Tian and left the Underworld Empire. They flew towards the border of the world of ice and snow, heading towards the first dark realm. At this time, Yang Dingtian also officially brought Dongfang Bingling back to Cloud Sky City. Coincidentally, after Dongfang Minmi heard the news of Yang Dingtian's return, he immediately returned to Cloud Sky City and planned to report to him about the important matters of the Council of Light. At this time, he was working in the main hall of Cloud Sky City. Yun Zhenu was with him. She had many documents that needed Yang Dingtian's signature. Yang Dingtian brought Dongfang Bingling in. Dongfang Minmi raised her head and saw Yang Dingtian first. She was pleasantly surprised. "Little Tian is back." Of course, she also saw Dongfang Bingling, but she did not pay much attention to her. She just looked away. Then, she suddenly trembled, and her gaze fell on Bingling's face. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, she stood in the distance, and the documents in her hands fell onto the table. "Ling Linga?" Dongfang Minmi said with a trembling voice. "Father," Dongfang Bingling choked. Chapter 1074. When Dongfang Bingling hugged her daughter, Dongfang Bingling was still fine. She was even a little unnatural. However, Dongfang Minmi had completely broken down. He was not just crying. He was even crying. Endless longing, endless guilt. All of it was released in this sorrowful cry. Although last time, Dongfang Minmi even persuaded Yang Dingtian to refuse to exchange Dongli for Dongfang Bingling for the sake of the Council of Light. However, this was his only daughter, his only flesh and blood. When Dongfang Minmi became the head of Inyang School, he was indeed ambitious. He traveled the whole world to find the ultimate truth of this world. His feelings for his daughter and his wife were indeed not deep to the bone. However, when he was imprisoned under a 1,000-meter world of ice and snow for 10 years, this kind of emotional support was deep to the bone and marrow. When a person fell into complete loneliness, emotions would become the only strong sustenance. Dongfang Bingling was like this, and so was Dongfang Minmi. Therefore, for a long time, the deeper Dongfang Minmi missed his daughter, the deeper the guilt. Other than Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling had never been hugged by another man since she grew up. Although the person hugging her now was her biological father, she still felt a little unnatural. However, after hearing his cries full of guilt and emotions, Bingling felt that many things in her heart were disintegrating. Her eyes were sour and tears fell. She also hugged her father tightly. After a long time, Dongfang Minmi let go of his daughter. At this moment, he seemed to be a different person. His entire expression was completely relaxed, and even his eyes were light. He was finally completely liberated emotionally and spiritually. His daughter was back. Although he did not do anything before, his spirit was always shackled. Yang Dingtian, is Master's wife still in the Sea of Hades? Yes, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, Bingling wants to have a simple wedding ceremony tonight, so I'll go and bring Masteress over. Dongfang Minmi stopped him. Let me go. Then he walked out directly. Even his footsteps carried the wind with them. In fact, after Dongfang Minmi returned, he and his wife had been separated more than they were together. They had never been physically intimate. Firstly, it was because his body didn't belong to him. It belonged to Lung Qingqin. Of course, whether it was him or his mistress, they had long since lost their desire for intimacy in that aspect. However, in terms of spirit and emotions, Dongfang Minmi and his wife had always been in a state of relative estrangement. It was because of Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Minmi had always felt guilty for letting his daughter fall into the hands of evil ways, so he was too ashamed to face his wife. From now on, there would be no barriers between the husband and wife. Dongfang Minmi rode the demon eagle king, Azeo, to the Sea of Hades. His speed was extremely fast, so after only a few hours he returned with his mistress. At this time, the decorations in Cloud Sky City had been completed. Although it was simple, it was also festive. Red lanterns were hung everywhere, and red couplets and the word happiness were pasted everywhere. This was completely arranged by Yang Dingtian according to the ancient wedding ceremony on Earth. When they heard that Dongfang Bingling had returned and was going to get married, Yan Yan and the children wanted to come back like crazy. They wanted to make a scene in the bridal chamber, especially Yan Yan, who wanted to come back very, very much. However, they were still persuaded by Dongfang Minmi. Although evil ways wouldn't choose to attack Cloud Sky City at this time, they still shouldn't take any risks. Anyway, they would become a family in the future. It wouldn't be at this time. Yan Yan and the others could only give up resentfully. Master and mistress were both due, so the wedding ceremony at night could begin. Coincidentally, Qin Wanqiu had just flown to Cloud Sky City to report important matters, so he acted as Yang Dingtian's elder. Then, Yang Dingtian was pushed into the shower and changed into a brand new red groom's brocade robe. Mistress landed in Cloud Sky City. Before she could hug her daughter and cry, she went into the room to put on makeup for Bingling. Because 12:00 on Earth was going to pass very soon, it was best to do the wedding ceremony in the first half of the night. Finally, when everything was ready, it was almost midnight. Although there weren't many guests, the entire castle hall was still packed. There were even many children who were picking up candy all over the floor and cheering everywhere. It was a pity that Yang Dingtian's babies couldn't come because they were in the Sea of Hades. Otherwise, it would be even more lively and interesting. When Mistress was putting on makeup for Bingling, she noticed that her daughter's jade-like ears were constantly perked up, listening to the lively sounds outside and the childish cries of children. Previously, Dongfang Bingling liked silence very much. She hated bustling and noisy places. But now, she didn't seem to be able to hear enough of the noise outside. Mistress couldn't help but smile. This kind of Bingling was more human. She couldn't help but smile. These years, although you weren't by my side, it was indeed the happiest time of my life. Every day when you opened your eyes, those babies would climb into your bed, giggling. But seeing that these children are all grown up, it's up to you now. Bingling said softly, "Yes, I will definitely give birth to a few more babies for you to take care of." Hearing her daughter say this, Mistress couldn't help but be startled. Then, her beautiful face also rippled with joy. Finally, in the midst of cheerful music, the wedding ceremony began. Yang Dingtian was wearing a groom's robe and waiting at the door. Master, Mistress, Qin Wanqiu, and the other elders were already ready. Soon, a matron of honor brought the bride with a red veil and slowly walked over. When Yang Dingtian saw this matron of honor, he couldn't help but be startled. This was actually Yun Jianu. Moreover, her dress was no different from a bride. She even wore a phoenix coronet, but there was no veil on her head. Bingling wore a veil and walked into the hall. The auspicious time has arrived. The wedding ceremony begins. Shimin Lai said loudly. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and grabbed a silk embroidered ball with Bingling. First bow to heaven and earth. Yang Dingtian and Bingling bowed to heaven and earth outside the door. Second bow to the parents. The two turned and bowed to the elders at the top of the hall. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Yang Dingtian and Bingling bowed to each other. After the ceremony, send them to the bridal chamber. Then, a group of people cheered and sent Yang Dingtian and Bingling to the bridal chamber in the castle. Bingling covered her head with a veil and sat on the flower bed in the bridal chamber to wait. As for Yang Dingtian, he still had to come out of the bridal chamber to drink with the guests. After drinking for almost an hour, Yang Dingtian didn't use Xian Qi to cure the alcohol, so he was drunk and walked into the bridal chamber with light steps. Bingling was still waiting there quietly. Yang Dingtian didn't lift the veil. He reached in and pinched her chin, gently lifting it. Bingling raised her head. "Junior sister, it's time for us to go to the bridal chamber." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, I've been waiting for a long time." Bingling said softly. Yang Dingtian lifted the veil, revealing a gorgeous face. The 6 members of the evil ways came to the end of the world of ice and snow. In front of them was the border of the abyss. Prince Li Ming looked at Dongli deeply. Now was the time to use the void-splitting fire. It was time for Dongli to perform. Dongli released the void-splitting fire. The black and white flames began to merge and become a transparent flame. The transparent void-splitting fire flew into the abyss border and began to divide. 12%, 24%. In the end, the entire abyss border was filled with the void-splitting fire, turning into a transparent crystal. "Let's go," Dongli said. Wu Lingzi jumped into the abyss border first. Then Wu Daozi. Next was Dishibian. Then there was Crown Prince Li Ming. It could be said that if Dongli wanted to kill Li Ming now, it was very simple. As long as he stopped injecting Xian Qi and withdrew the void-splitting fire, the abyss border would directly tear Prince Li Ming into pieces and turn him into ashes. However, Dongli didn't do that. In the end, only the Queen Devil Queen was left. "Let's go," the Queen Devil Queen said. Dongli nodded. The two jumped into the abyss border that was filled with the essence of the void-splitting fire. Then, as if they were traveling through time, everyone passed through the abyss border and entered the first dark domain. Prince Li Ming bowed to Dongli. "Brother, thank you for your trouble." Dongli said, "Don't forget, I'm also a part of the Temple of Annihilation. I'm also His Majesty, the Demon King's adopted son. Prince Li Ming said, "Yes, we're all adopted sons of the Demon King. We must unite and defeat Yang Dingtian." The Queen Devil Queen said, "Let's go, we'll start looking for the void splitting fire." "Yes," Prince Li Ming said. Then the 6 members of the evil ways began to look for the void splitting fire in the first dark domain according to the map. Prince Li Ming and Dongli walked together, chatting and exchanging pleasantries as if they were real brothers. In all these years, the 2 of them had never had a serious conversation. The more they talked, the more emotional they became. Prince Li Ming sighed. "Brother, this is the most enjoyable conversation we've had. Many times, misunderstandings are caused by a lack of communication. Sigh, it's a pity that Netherworld isn't here. If we had communicated with him enough, perhaps he wouldn't have made such a choice." Dongli said, "Yes, he's the smartest of the 3 of us, so he doesn't think too much. If we had communicated with him enough before, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing." Li Ming said, "So, brother, no matter what's on your mind in the future, you have to talk to me. We brothers can't be estranged anymore." Dongli nodded vigorously. "Of His Majesty's adopted sons, only the 2 of us are left. From now on, I'll definitely assist His Majesty the Demon King. And after His Majesty passes everything to you, the Crown Prince, I'll definitely assist you." Prince Li Ming held Dongli's hand and said, "No, you and I are the same. We're both adopted sons of His Majesty the Demon King and have the same inheritance rights. Moreover, His Majesty the Demon King is immortal and will become the new god of chaos in the future. So we'll be loyal to him and assist him for all eternity." Dongli said, "That's still with the Crown Prince as the master and me as the assistant. As long as we're clear about this, there'll be misunderstandings and trouble if we're not clear about it. So, you're the master and I'm the follower. This is something that can't be changed. From now on, I'll definitely obey the Crown Prince's orders, because I believe that His Majesty the Demon King has his reasons for appointing you as the Crown Prince." Prince Li Ming stared deeply at Dongli, his face twitching with emotion. He held Dongli's hands and said, "From now on, we're blood brothers, connected by blood and flesh. Yes, blood brothers, connected by blood and flesh, united as one to defeat Yang Dingtian." Dongli also held Prince Li Ming's hands tightly. Then, Dongli seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Prince Li Ming said with concern, "Elder brother, if you have something to say, just say it." Dongli hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, and then said, "Crown Prince, don't you admire Dongfang Bingling a lot? Why did you hand her over to Yang Dingtian like this? Are you willing?" Prince Li Ming's eyes revealed a trace of pain. He sighed, shook his head and didn't answer. Then, the 2 of them fell into a short silence. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming said, "Elder brother, you don't want to say something about this matter, do you?" Dongli smiled awkwardly and then said, "Elder brother, after we get through the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light will be completely finished, right?" Prince Li Ming said, "Of course, Yongxi Foster, father has more than 40 saint-level experts and countless half-saint-level experts in his hands. As long as he enters the human countries, he can easily wipe out the Council of Light and completely capture Yang Dingtian. So, the key is to get through the Little Western Paradise. Elder brother, your task is very important. This is my responsibility and mission." Dongli said. Prince Li Ming said, "Elder brother, what you want to say is not this." Dongli was a little embarrassed and said, "After Yang Dingtian is completely finished, can you give Vulture to me? I hate this bitch to the bone. I must torture her until she begs for death." "Of course," Prince Li Ming said. "Moreover, Vulture was originally your woman." "Then I thank you again." Dongli bowed exaggeratedly. Prince Li Ming held him and said, "Elder brother, what you want to say is also not this matter, right? Say it boldly." Dongli said, I'm really embarrassed to say it." Prince Li Ming held his hand and said emotionally, "You and I are brothers and we are one. What is there that you can't say? As long as I can do it, I will go through water and tread on fire." Dongli said, "Crown Prince, my void fisher flame will bear important responsibilities. Not only will it open the path to the little western paradise, but it will also be the second time. In the future, I may have to go to the second and third dark realms. So, my cultivation is especially important. Previously, because my cultivation was too low, I became Yang Dingtian's captive. Therefore, I feel that if I break through to the Saint Realm, my contribution to the Temple of Annihilation will be even greater." Prince Li Ming's face immediately froze, and then he smiled bitterly. "Elder brother, you want to break through to the Saint Realm?" Dongli looked at Prince Li Ming's face and said, "Yes, I feel that this is very important to the Temple of Annihilation. Moreover, the energy essence of the half-step Saint Realm undead in the Underworld Empire can easily help me break through to the Saint Realm." Prince Li Ming's face showed a pained expression, and his face twitched slightly. "Elder brother, those undead kings, undead overlords, and the future ghost Emperor Wentian's adoptive father are very useful." Dongli said, "Even if I break through to the Saint Realm, I probably won't be able to use them all up." Prince Li Ming said, "Then why didn't Elder Brother mention it when we were in the Underworld Empire?" Dongli said, "At that time, you and I hadn't opened our hearts to each other. Now, my blood is boiling, and I want to make greater contributions to the Temple of Annihilation. Of course, you don't need to help me break through to the Saint Realm now. You can help me break through after I open the Void Fissure and enter the Little Western Paradise. Of course, Crown Prince and Devil Queen, please make an oath." Why did Dongli only mention it now? It was because they had already entered the first dark domain. Without Dongli, these evil ways would never be able to return to the human world. He was irreplaceable and everyone's savior. Prince Li Ming's face twitched, and he showed a pained expression. "Elder brother, I'm sorry," Prince Li Ming said, and then waved his hand. Immediately, Wu Daozi and Wulingzi rushed forward and directly pressed Dongli down. The Devil Queen stepped forward, took out half of an evil spirit tree, and destroyed the one that belonged to Dongli. Then, she reached into Dongli's body and pulled out the first-grade evil spirit from his body. The light of the first-grade evil spirit was stripped from his chi-si, heart, profound veins, and brain, inch by inch. Dongli roared, "Let me go, let me go. I have void fissure fire in me. Without me, none of you will be able to leave. You will be imprisoned here forever." Dongli's first-grade evil spirit was completely stripped away. Then, Prince Li Ming suddenly grabbed his body and rushed toward the border of the abyss. Dongli roared in shock, "I have void fissure fire. I have void fissure fire. You can't kill me. You don't dare to kill me." Soon, Prince Li Ming dragged Dongli back to the border of the abyss. Dongli's face twisted. "I know you're trying to scare me. You're trying to scare me. But sorry, I can't die. The void fissure fire in my body can't be transferred. Without me, you can't open the Little Western Paradise. Without me, you will be imprisoned here forever. So, I want to break through to the saint level. I don't want to be ridden by you. I want to become the number one person in the evil ways." Prince Li Ming's face twitched. "Brother, I've been patient enough. I've given you a chance. Why are you still doing this?" "Ha ha ha! The greater the power, the greater the power," Dongli said hoarsely. "I'm the most important person now. Why can't I break through to the saint level? Even Wulingzi can do it. Why can't I? Ha ha ha!" Prince Li Ming raised Dongli high and said, "I'm very sorry, Dongli. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You failed to live up to our expectations. Ha ha ha." Dongli laughed. "You don't dare, you don't dare, you don't dare to kill me. You're just acting, ha ha ha. I'm the most important person. I can't die." Prince Li Ming closed his eyes and threw Dongli to the border of the abyss. Ah! Dongli let out a mournful howl. Chapter 1075. Inside Yang Dingtian and Bingling's room. Wu Yu rushed forward with her fastest speed and opened the energy jade box of the demoness of illusory spirit. In an instant, Dongfang Bingling, whose profound veins and flesh had been crazily devoured by the soul-devouring energy, froze. All of the bloodthirsty madness had come to a standstill the moment she opened the energy box of the demoness of illusory spirit. Wu Yu kicked Yang Dingtian away. Then she shouted, "What are you still doing here? Quickly go get the unfreezing water." Yang Dingtian was startled, then quickly rushed out, heading towards the depths of the dungeon, and directly carried the unfreezing water of a huge energy jade coffin over. Wu Yu controlled Bingling's frozen body from far away and put it into the unfreezing water of the energy jade coffin. Then she closed the energy jade box of the demoness of illusory spirit. Icicle's peerlessly white body lay quietly in the unfreezing water, completely sealed in ice. Her body was still covered with gorgeous blood-red tattoos. Her incomparably beautiful face was even flushed red, appearing indescribably gorgeous. Yang Dingtian's gaze trembled. Standing there, his entire person had sunk into near madness. Wu Yu stepped forward and closed the energy jade coffin, submerging Bingling's body in the jade coffin. Seeing Yang Dingtian still trembling nonstop, Wu Yu gently hugged him in her arms, gently stroking his back, gradually calming him down. After a long time, Yang Dingtian's eyes could finally see, no longer filled with blood red. Taking a deep breath, he said in a trembling voice, You already guessed this result, right?" Now that he thought about it, Wu Yu had indeed guessed it long ago, because when she passed by Lewater Villa, she had Yang Dingtian take out the demoness of illusory spirit. Wu Yu said gently, "I did guess, but I was afraid that by any chance this kind of thing would happen. Li Ming is so vicious. Would he be willing to hand over Dongfang Bingling to you? Impossible. This is his beloved woman. If he can't have her, he will destroy her." Yang Dingtian, "Then when Li Ming proposed the deal, why didn't you stop me? If there is no exchange, Li Ming will not be able to get Dongli. Although Bingling will still be imprisoned, it will be much better than now." Wu Yu whispered, "Can I stop you?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Yes, could we stop him?" He couldn't even open his mouth. It wasn't that Yang Dingtian didn't know Li Ming's character. However, a Dongfang Bingling who had regained her rationality meant a lot to Yang Dingtian. In Yang Dingtian's dictionary, liberating and saving Bingling had always been at the top of the list. Now, just handing over the useless Dongli could save Bingling. Yang Dingtian was absolutely willing, and he saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would not give it up. Wu Yu said, "Yang Dingtian, as long as Dongfang Bingling is not dead, there is still a chance, right? This result doesn't prove anything. It only proves that the road to saving Bingling is not complete, right?" Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked as he nodded vigorously and said, "That's right. My journey of saving Bingling has yet to be completed. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's impossible for me to save Bingling so easily." Wu Yu said, "Now, no matter what, Prince Li Ming has already used the void splitting fire, so they will soon enter the little western paradise. You have to hurry. Don't let them run away. This time we must catch them all." Yang Dingtian's mouth trembled, infinite anger surging in his heart. Yes, no matter how vicious Prince Li Ming was, it was just a last-ditch effort. This time, they must be completely destroyed. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside, and Mistress' voice was full of fear. "Little Tian, what's wrong?" Queen Devil Queen once again brought Prince Li Ming into the underworld empire's Tower of Babel. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian was puzzled. "What's wrong? Where's Dongli?" Queen Devil Queen said, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. After he brought us into the first dark realm, he asked us to help him break through to the saint rank. So, we took back his first-class evil spirit and killed him. Ghost Emperor Wintian's flaming face suddenly trembled. Can the void-splitting fire be refined at the abyss border of the first dark realm? That's very risky. Li Ming stepped forward and knelt. I'm sorry, foster father, I couldn't hold back. Ghost Emperor Wentian sighed. The light in his flaming eyes became complicated. He's also seeking death. Since you left the first dark realm, it proves that the abyss border of the first dark realm can also refine void-splitting fire. It's good that you succeeded. Li Ming said, Unfortunately, the refined void-splitting fire is of a lower level. It can't enter the underworld. Oh, no wonder. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, As long as it can pass through the abyss border, as long as we can pass through the little western paradise, we won't lack the real void-splitting fire. Ghost Emperor Wentian then said, Then what are your thoughts on entering the underworld empire again? Queen Devil Queen said, After Li Ming swallowed the void-splitting fire, his cultivation is only a sliver away from the Saint Realm. I want him to break through to the Saint Realm. In the first dark realm, Prince Li Ming insisted on refusing, but here he only bowed and said, I'm sorry, foster father, my greed has disappointed you. His attitude was as if he was absolving the Queen Devil Queen. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, You're so close to the Saint Realm. It's a pity not to break through. Just the energy essence of an undead lord is enough. I'm still willing to part with this bit of energy. If you were really greedy, you wouldn't have exchanged Dongfang Bingling for Dongli. You would have let me break through to the Saint Realm. You know, my attitude has already changed. Prince Li Ming knelt and kowtowed. Thank you, foster father. Ghost Emperor Wentian stretched out his hand to summon. Suddenly, one of the saint-level undead lords suddenly turned into ashes and directly condensed into a saint-level hell magic crystal, flying toward the Tower of Babel. Soon, the saint-level hell magic crystal flew above the Tower of Babel, passing through Ghost Emperor Wentian's flaming body, and was directly refined into pure energy essence. Finally, this saint-level energy essence directly poured into Prince Li Ming's body. In an instant, countless amounts of energy surged in. Boom! Sure enough, it was only a sliver away. As soon as the energy essence poured in, Prince Li Ming's sea of energy had already exploded. His whole body sank into nothingness. He successfully broke through to the Saint Realm and became the fourth saint-level powerhouse of the evil ways. After breaking through to the saint-level sea of energy, Ghost Emperor Wentian suddenly summoned the power of heaven and earth of the entire underworld empire. Suddenly, the earth of the underworld empire was horribly torn apart again. The terrifying sky above the underworld empire was torn apart alive. A terrifying blood-red light crazily poured in. The power of heaven and earth crazily hit Prince Li Ming's body. If it was a normal time, this power would be enough to turn people into ashes. But at this time, after this powerful power entered the sea of energy, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had entered another world. Because this powerful energy was really expanding, changing the space of the sea of energy and changing the level of the Xian veins. Unless one borrowed the power of heaven and earth, it was impossible to achieve one's goal by force. The crazy collapse of heaven and earth, as if doomsday had arrived. After a full quarter of an hour, everything quieted down. Prince Li Ming slowly opened his eyes. His whole body was already enveloped in an incomparably powerful aura. Although he was also at the peak of the half-saint realm before, it was completely different from his current aura. A saint-level powerhouse was indeed a saint-level powerhouse. The gap between him and a half-saint was simply insurmountable. Prince Li Ming knelt down in front of the Ghost Emperor Wentian and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, Lord Foster Father, for your help." The Demon King Wentian nodded and said, "You have already broken through to the saint level, and you are about to pass through the little western paradise. Then, before that person from the throne of darkness arrives, you must capture Yang Dingtian. You must not fail." Prince Li Ming bowed and said, "Yes, foster father." After soaking Dongfang Bingling in the unfreezing water, he placed the energy jade coffin in the top secret and powerful energy array. Yang Dingtian bid farewell to his grief-stricken master and master's wife, and flew to the Forbidden Continent's sea area with the fastest speed possible with Wu Yu. Yesterday's candlelight night was really too beautiful, like a fairyland. There was a saying that when the golden wind and the jade do met, it was better than countless times in the human world. However, Yang Dingtian was absolutely unwilling to accept this. He wanted to be in love with Bing Ling forever. Bing Ling had become so gentle and charming, so cute and moving. How could he just let her disappear like this? This absolutely could not happen. He must find a way to break the soul-devouring curse. He must save Bing Ling and Uncle Shimin. The highest secret of this technique was in the hands of the Demon King, Wen Tian. Therefore, if he wanted to break the soul-devouring curse, he could only think of a way through the Demon King, Wen Tian. Soon, Yang Dingtian would have to face the Demon King, Wen Tian, directly. However, he was indeed not prepared to face the Demon King. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian arrived at the Forbidden Continent sea area. Yao Zi and Violets were about to tease Yang Dingtian about his wedding night, but they immediately stopped when they saw Wu Yu and Yang Dingtian's expressions. Wu Yu stepped forward and whispered about Dongfang Bingling's encounter. Immediately, everyone present fell into silence. Yang Dingtian said to Nero, "Let's set off and enter the Little Western Paradise. The Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming can enter the Little Western Paradise at any time. To avoid any trouble, you should immediately take office as the chairman and directly end the Devil Queen and Li Ming in the Little Western Paradise." Nera nodded. Yang Dingtian asked, "Is Yao Li in the Skull Hall? I need to bring her back to Yindu." Bo Lu said, "Yes, Sect Master. Princess, Yao Li is inside." Yang Dingtian and Nera flew directly into the human kingdom's gate, entered the Skull Hall, and headed to the Little Western Paradise. It was time to get rid of the Devil Queen and Li Ming in one fell swoop. He wouldn't be arrogant for long. Chapter 1076. He entered the Skull Hall. The Saint Class and Half-Step Saint Class experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall were still waiting quietly. As for Yao Li, she was also sitting inside the hall, waiting for Bo Lu to come in and receive her. Nero stepped forward and said, "Inshur-san, I'm about to go to Yindu to report my work. Before I officially become the acting speaker, can I have a small request?" Inshur-san said, "Tell me, as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Of course I'm willing to agree." Nero said, "After I leave before the new order from the chairman comes, if any human enters the Skull Hall, I hope you can keep an eye on them. Don't let them enter the Little Western Paradise, and don't let them leave. Is that okay?" Silver Shur-san entered into deep thought, and then he said, "Madam Nero, I can promise you that I won't allow them to enter the Little Western Paradise. However, I have no right to stop them from returning to the human countries." These experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall were indeed fastidious. He wasn't even willing to do something that went against his principles. However, Nero and Yang Dingtian had already thought of this, so the order she gave Violets and the others outside was to give up the door to the human kingdom. If Crown Prince Li Ming and the others were to launch a suicidal attack on the Skull Hall, they would find that it was as easy as blowing off dust. They would rush directly into the Skull Hall. After that, Violets, Wu Yu, and the others sealed the entrance to the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. This way, as long as no one entered again, Prince Li Ming and the others would never be able to come out again. This way, he would be trapped in the main hall forever. At that time, as long as Nera finished her inauguration, the new chairman's order would arrive. At that time, the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall experts in the main hall would be able to capture Prince Li Ming and the others. "Yao Li, your father is also in Yindu. Come with me." Yang Dingtian, "Of course, there won't be any changes. but at least you'll be a good channel to communicate with. Yes. Yao Li bowed. Naru said to Inshur-sen, once I take up the position, I will send the chairman's order over. I will take my leave now. Isan bowed and saluted. See you off, Speaker Naru. After entering the little western paradise, Yang Dingtian, Naru, and Yao Li used up all of their profound energy and flew towards Indu at their fastest speed. As for Yao Li, she was surprised to discover that Yang Dingtian's body had changed from a human to a member of the silent race. The three of them flew at their fastest speed and arrived at Indu in a little more than half a day. At this moment, the guards and envoys of the 9 great clans were already waiting at the landing plaza of Indu. As for the assembly hall, everything was ready. The 9 great tribes and all the counselors were ready. After Yang Dingtian and Naru landed in Indu, they immediately boarded a luxurious carriage and headed towards the Parliament Hall. When they arrived at the plaza of the Parliament Hall, there were already many nobles and commoners waiting outside. This was because the new acting chairman was about to be elected. The arrival of the Indu's nobles outside the plaza could be considered a declaration of their position. However, Yang Dingtian was surprised to discover that the Indu's nobles in the plaza were holding up flags and jade tablets. Most of them had Jiangshang's name written on them. These people actually supported the great virtuous master Jiangshang to become the new acting chairman. This was really funny. The so-called great virtuous master Jiangshang didn't stay in the little western paradise for a long time. He also didn't have any political experience in the little western paradise. With the identity of the silent race's great virtuous master, he actually had so many people supporting him to become the acting chairman. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian stayed in the Silver Palace as a great virtuous master, many nobles thought that he was destined to become the acting chairman. Therefore, they sent their clansmen to flatter him. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian got off the carriage, he immediately received countless cheers. Many of the people present were shouting Jiangshang's name. However, when Yang Dingtian supported the graceful, noble, and elegant Naru down from the carriage, the entire plaza was stunned. Subsequently, it went into an uproar. Memories of Speaker Naru flooded out of his mind. Then the entire plaza's nobles and commoners shouted Naru's name in unison. Jiangshang's name was instantly drowned out. From this, it could be seen how popular Naru was in the little western paradise. The door of the Parliament Hall slowly opened. Inside, the 9 tribes and all the counselors were already seated neatly. Even Jia was wearing a snow-white dress, sitting in the clerk's seat. She was still in charge of recording and hosting. When they saw Yang Dingtian and Naru coming in, a portion of the patriarchs of the 9 great tribes only revealed slight astonishment because they already knew about it. However, all the counselors let out a cry of surprise. All of them thought that the great sage Jiangshang would become the new acting chairman, because Jiangshang was not only the son-in-law of Demon's Wrath II, but also the widely loved silent tribe. He was also the great sage of the Silver Palace. Before this, there was a precedent for the great sage to be the acting chairman. They didn't expect that Naru would return. The legendary chairman who had died in love had returned. With her qualifications, she was more than qualified to be the new chairman. After everyone was in place, as the clerk, the host Jia stood up and said, "Now the joint parliament will start the discussion and elect a new acting chairman. The 9 tribe leaders have the right to nominate candidates. In the end, the 2 candidates with the highest support rate will become the real candidates. After half a month, the final election will be held and the new acting chairman will be elected from the 2 candidates." That's right, Little Western Paradise was very particular. They didn't directly elect the acting chairman. They also had to nominate 2 candidates for election. Moreover, there was a half-month interval in between. Of course, this was only the acting chairman. When the real chairman was elected, it would take a full year from the nomination of candidates to the final election. Now that Nara needed to become the acting chairman immediately, there was only one way, and that was if she was the only candidate nominated. Then there would be no need to go through the election, and she would become the acting chairman directly. However, there were still a lot of uncontrollable factors, because this kind of nomination was made anonymously by the 9 tribe leaders. Therefore, if any tribe leader wanted to be disgusted and wrote another candidate, they would have to wait another half a month for the final election. Of course, in the past few days, Demon's Wrath 2 and Demon's Wrath 2 had already informed all the other tribe leaders that they could only write Neru's name. Demon's Wrath 2 even issued an unprecedented threat. If anyone dared to make trouble in this nomination, not only would they lose their position as chairman, but they would also lose their name. Of course, this went against the spirit of democracy. But even in Little Western Paradise, there was no real democracy. The 9 tribe leaders used the energy wall to write the names of the nominees on the crystal plates. Then the clerk, Gia, took a transparent empty box that had been certified more than 10 times to collect these nomination crystal votes. There were a total of 9 crystal tickets, and they were all collected at once. Then Gia took out these crystal tickets, inserted her chi, and displayed the names on them. Then the votes were counted. Madame Neru, 1 vote. 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 The situation was indeed under control. All the tribe leaders were nominating Neru. The great sage Jiangshang, 1 vote. As the name was displayed on the last ticket, the tribe leaders' expressions changed dramatically. Who was it? Who had such ulterior motives? Monster Wrath 2's gaze suddenly swept across the other 8 tribe leaders like lightning. Fortunately, this tribe leader only wanted to disgust everyone. Otherwise, if he wrote another nominee, it would really be a fight to the death. Yang Dingtian directly stepped forward and said, "I will not participate in this election. I will automatically give up my candidacy." The clerk, Gia, handed all the votes to the team of spiritual masters to verify the authenticity of each one. Then she announced that Gia was the only candidate. Of course, this was not enough to directly become the acting speaker. More than half of the councillors had to agree. However, this was purely taking off one's pants to fart. The tribe leader had already nominated. If the councillors dared to disagree, they would be courting death. Because there were no other candidates, the vote could be held on the spot. The result was, of course, as expected. All the councillors and their tribe leaders of the 9 tribes raised their hands in unison. The shit-stirrer who nominated Jiangshang dared to play tricks with the anonymous vote, but at this time he did not dare. Otherwise, he would really be courting death. Just like this, Neru became the new acting speaker with an unprecedented 100% support. Of course, the inauguration ceremony would take place in a few days. Even entering the Silver Palace would take a few days. This was because the Silver Palace had to make all kinds of preparations, such as new furniture, new servants, etc. However, the current Neru could already use the speaker's authority. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall and the team of spiritual masters jointly handed the Little Western Paradise Speaker's badge and the Little Western Paradise Speaker's Silver Dragon Seal to Speaker Neru on the spot. Without any delay, Speaker Neru immediately wrote a speaker's order. She ordered all the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall experts to unconditionally obey the orders of the great sage Jiangshang and cooperate with the human kingdoms to capture the remnants of the evil ways. If necessary, they could even enter the human kingdoms to participate in the capture. Arrest list: Queen Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, Dishibian, Wu Dozi, Wulingzi, etc. On each list, there was a portrait imprint. Then this crystal energy paper was stamped with the Joint Council's Silver Dragon Seal and the Speaker's insignia. Just like this, the arrest order was officially effective. From now on, all the martial arts saints and half-step martial saints of the Silver Palace were to do their best to capture the remnants of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian immediately took this order and flew back to the Skull Hall without stopping to pass on the order. As long as Li Ming and the rest dared to rush into the Skull Hall, they were dead meat. Chapter 1077. When he went to Yindu, Yang Dingtian couldn't use the demon spirit mist cloak's blink technique because he had Yao, Li, and Nero with him. But now Yang Dingtian was using his fastest speed to blink crazily. Although he wasn't in such a hurry, it was better to be as fast as possible. Therefore, after a few hours, Yang Dingtian returned to the Skull Hall. However, at this moment, his profound qi was almost completely depleted. Yang Dingtian didn't enter the Skull Hall immediately. Instead, he consumed a supreme-grade mystic gathering pill to recover his Xian qi in the shortest time possible. Now, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the half-saint realm, so one mystic gathering pill couldn't fill up his Xian qi gap. As for supreme-grade mystic gathering pills, Shimin Ningning didn't have many left. Now that Yang Dingtian was the ruler of the human countries, the Council of Light had a lot of resources. But supreme-grade pills couldn't be used inexhaustibly. After recovering part of his Xian qi, Yang Dingtian entered the Skull Hall. Inside, the experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall were sitting cross-legged quietly. There was no sign of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian went forward and took out the Joint Chairman's token. The leader of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, Yin Shi-san, took it and inserted a strand of Xian qi. The Chairman's token and the Joint Council's token both released the same light. On Earth, it was easy to forge a seal, but in this place it was completely impossible. Even a relatively low-level badge couldn't be forged. The reason was very simple. Every energy combination and energy crystal was unique. Even if you found the master who made the public token and asked him to make a second one, he wouldn't be able to do it. Yin Shi-san bowed and said, "The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall accepts the order." Then he bowed and said, "Now, do you want us to go to the human countries to capture the remnants of the evil ways?" The chairman's order stated that the martial artists of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall had to obey the orders of the great sage Jiang Shang and cooperate with the human kingdom's Yang Dingtian to capture the remnants of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian thought about it and shook his head. "There's no need for that. Let's just wait for them to walk right into our trap." Although the evil ways only had 3 saint-class experts, they had evil spirits. It was relatively easy to capture one person, but it was very difficult to capture everyone. It might even be impossible. Previously, Yang Dingtian had tried every possible means to capture Li Ming in exchange for the icicles. But now that Bingling had returned, and in her current state, she was no longer someone that the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming could save. Evil ways. It was meaningless to capture any one of them now. He had to catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if even one escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that saint-class expert of the evil ways were to fight to the death and take revenge on the Council of Light, Yang Dingtian would not be able to take it. At the same time that Yang Dingtian flew to the Skull Hall, Chairman Nero had already ordered all the remaining saint-class experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall to fly over as well. Therefore, in a few hours, there would be more than 20 saint-class experts in the Skull Hall. The moment the evil ways rushed into the Skull Hall, they would be in an illusion and unable to control themselves. Capturing 3 or 4 of the 20 saint-class experts was definitely not a bad idea. The other place was the dark crevice that was about to open. There, Demon Li too had gathered more than a dozen saint-class experts from the Righteous Alliance and dozens of half-step saint-class experts to set up an ambush. Moreover, they had already set up many powerful energy formations at the dark crevice in advance. Therefore, this was definitely an inescapable trap. As long as the evil ways entered the little western paradise, they would not be able to escape. Yang Dingtian did not leave. Instead, he sat quietly in the Skull Hall, waiting for the next batch of experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall to arrive. If the evil ways rushed into the Skull Hall during this period, Yang Dingtian would be able to make a move. After breaking through to the Saint class, Prince Li Ming stayed in the Underworld Empire for a few hours to completely refine his mystic meridians. Then, he and the Devil Queen were faced with a choice. Should they rush into the Skull Hall and enter the little Western Paradise in advance, or wait for the dark crevice to open? Both options had their pros and cons. Entering the little Western Paradise in advance meant that they would have ample time to arrange the relevant matters in advance. Moreover, the 4 Saint Class experts, the Devil Queens, Soul Sword Wand, Wulingzi, and Dishibian all had soul clones. Against Yang Dingtian's side, they had 5 Saint Class experts and 1 Saint Class soul sword. Evil Ways had just gained a slight advantage and had a slight chance of winning. Therefore, the success rate of rushing into the Skull Hall was very high. However, the disadvantage was that once the battle started, there was a possibility of accidents happening. If they had no other choice before, the Evil Ways would not have cared about this little bit of risk. But now, it was very safe for them to enter the little Western Paradise. They only needed to wait for 10 days or so before they could enter through the dark crevice. It was completely in the bag. Now that the person in charge of the Evil Ways was Prince Li Ming, everyone was waiting for his decision. Prince Li Ming opened his eyes and said, "Even if it's in the bag, I still feel that we should not give up our determination to take the risk. We can't just sit and relax. Let's rush into the Skull Hall." After Prince Li Ming made his decision, the Devil Queen nodded in agreement. Then the 5 Evil Ways experts for Saint Class experts and 1 half-Saint Class expert quickly left the Underworld Empire and flew toward the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. After a few hours, Prince Li Ming's group of 5 arrived in the sky above the Forbidden Continent's area. They were only tens of thousands of meters away from Violet's and the others. Then they saw a mahjong table. For people were building a great wall, and 2 people were watching the game. Only 2 people were guarding the door, dutifully. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was not there, and that mysterious Saint Class expert was also not there. Therefore, there were only 4 Saint Class experts left. If they rushed into the Skull Hall, their chances of winning were very, very high. However, Prince Li Ming stopped and fell into deep thought. What did this mean? Why did Yang Dingtian not only leave, but there was also 1 less Saint Class expert? Why did such a change happen? So far, the major event that happened on Yang Dingtian's side should be Dongfang Bingling's soul-devouring attack. Then, Yang Dingtian would definitely be furious. Once he was furious, what would he do? Why did he take away a Saint Class expert? Yang Dingtian should know that 4 Saint Class experts should not be able to withstand the impact of the Evil Ways. Could it be that he had hidden himself and was lying in ambush with another Saint Class expert? It should not be. They did this last time and could not do anything to Prince Li Ming and the others. Yang Dingtian would not do such a meaningless thing. Not to mention that Prince Li Ming had now broken through to the Saint Class. Suddenly, countless doubts and guesses surged into his mind. Suddenly, Wu Daozi said, "In his fury, will Yang Dingtian seek revenge on the Empire of Darkness?" Prince Li Ming's eyebrows twitched. Logically speaking, it should not be. Once Yang Dingtian did anything to the Empire of Darkness, the Evil Ways would hunt down the Council of Light. This was a tacit understanding between both sides. However, if Yang Dingtian lost his mind, then everything would be hard to say. Although the Empire of Darkness did not seem to be of much use, it was still very important. If the Empire of Darkness was destroyed, Prince Li Ming would not be able to bear the wrath of the Demon King Wentian. So now, should he attack the Great Hall of Skulls? Prince Li Ming fell into a dilemma. He was an extremely suspicious person. In addition, he had just done something unforgivable to Dongfang Bingling, which had completely enraged Yang Dingtian. If the Great Hall of Skulls was still heavily guarded, and all 5 Saint Class experts were present, then he would attack. But now, Yang Dingtian seemed to have relaxed the defense of the Great Hall of Skulls, and Prince Li Ming became uneasy. Although he could not think of any conspiracy Yang Dingtian could play. But 10 days later, He would be able to enter the little western paradise through the dark crevice. There was no need to take the risk now. For the time being, give up on attacking the Great Hall of Skulls and return to the Empire of Darkness. Prince Li Ming said, "If Yang Dingtian really did something to the Empire of Darkness, then we will completely take revenge on the Council of Light." Just like that, it was a pity. Prince Li Ming led everyone away and did not attack the Great Hall of Skulls. If they had attacked, then all the evil ways would have been wiped out today. A few hours later, Prince Li Ming and the others returned to the Empire of Darkness. Here, they did not find anything unusual. It was just a false alarm. But Prince Li Ming became even more uneasy and suspicious. He really could not understand. Where did Yang Dingtian go? Where did that mysterious saint-class expert go? The door to the human kingdom was so important. Why did Yang Dingtian give it up so carelessly? Prince Li Ming was completely puzzled. Suddenly, the more he thought, the deeper he thought. At this time, Yang Dingtian left after the second batch of experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall arrived. At this time, the entire Great Hall of Skulls had a total of 20 Saint-class experts and 20 half-Saint-class experts. The lineup was magnificent. Evil ways could not escape as long as they entered, no matter how heaven-defying they were. Yang Dingtian returned to the Silver Palace again and began to organize the traps and encirclement in the dark crevice with Yao Li and Yao Nu too. After everything was arranged, Yang Dingtian stayed in the Silver Palace with Jie and Yao Yang for the whole night. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to let Yao Yang sleep on a small bed, but seeing his beautiful and eager little face, Yang Dingtian could not bear to do that. So, the little guy squeezed between his parents like a crab, sleeping horizontally and vertically. Jie could not help but slap his little butt, a little troublemaker who spoiled things. The next day, Yang Dingtian passed through Mount Buzhou again and returned to the human kingdom. Then, the entire world fell into a temporary silence. They were waiting for the evil ways to attack the Great Hall of Skulls, or for the dark crevice to open. Yang Dingtian also fell into a short period of leisure. This kind of time passed in a flash. The time for the dark crevice to open was coming soon. Chapter 1078. The time for the dark crevice to open was finally about to arrive. The little western paradise was about to open, but Prince Li Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. On the contrary, he was filled with an instinctive sense of unease, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Tomorrow he would go through the little western paradise. As the time approached, Prince Li Ming sank into absolute anxiety. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the Queen Devil Queen about his unease. The Queen Devil Queen asked, "Then what are you worried about in the depths of your heart?" Prince Li Ming said, "I'm worried that whether it's on the other side of the dark crevice or inside the Hall of Heads, there's a huge trap waiting for us. As long as we charge in, we'll be walking right into the trap and completely finished." The Queen Devil Queen frowned. "Do you have any basis for this?" Prince Li Ming said, "No, it's just an instinctive suspicion." The Queen Devil Queen asked, "When did it start?" Prince Li Ming said, "Last time when I went to attack the Hall of Heads, I discovered that Yang Dingtian and that mysterious saint-level expert had disappeared. I started to have this uneasy feeling." The Queen Devil Queen was silent for a moment, then said, "Li Ming, do you know what the fatal flaw of a smart person is?" Prince Li Ming said, "Being too smart, thinking too much, thinking that others are as smart as themselves." The Queen Devil Queen said, "You know everything, but you still think too much. You're still suspicious. Isn't that right?" Prince Li Ming nodded. The Queen Devil Queen said, "Wu Yuming, because you think too much, you chose the path of no return. There's one thing about Yang Dingtian that I admire greatly." Prince Li Ming said, "Please speak." The Queen Devil Queen said, "At that time, when Dongfang Bingling was still the first-class evil spirit Princess Mudan, she once went to persuade Zhu Hongxue, saying that our evil ways were to fight against the god of chaos, that we were the true justice, that the god of chaos was controlling everyone's fate, and that we were fighting and pursuing true freedom. There was no way to refute this statement, so Zhu Hongshua's position was shaken. Therefore, he went to ask Yang Dingtian if the god of chaos was manipulating everyone's fate and if the Council of Light was helping the evildoers. In the end, Yang Dingtian used one sentence to completely reverse Zhu Hongshua's position. Do you know what he said? Prince Li Ming shook his head. Queen Devil Queen said. Yang Dingtian said, "Are you very free? Evil ways defeated? Could the human nations be saved? What qualifications do you have to consider the god of chaos? When these missions are completed, only then will you consider these irrelevant questions." Prince Li Ming could not help but be stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, "It's not that Yang Dingtian doesn't know about the god of chaos, he even knows more. After all, he is the child of destiny, the spokesperson of the god of chaos. But when the time is not right, he never thinks about it, and he is too lazy to think about it. If it were you, you would definitely do your best to think about it and drill into a dead end, right?" Prince Li Ming nodded. Queen Devil Queen said, "So personality determines fate. Although Yang Dingtian is not as smart as you or Wu Yuming, he is a person with great wisdom." Prince Li Ming was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "How did you know about the conversation between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue?" Queen Devil Queen was stunned. Prince Li Ming was indeed prone to overthinking. His focus was actually on this. Queen Devil Queen said with a smile, "Are you hoping that we have planted a mysterious thing on Yang Dingtian that can monitor his every move?" Prince Li Ming was stunned, then revealed a self-deprecating smile. "That's right, that's what he was thinking." Queen Devil Queen said, "You are overthinking. This is what Zhu Hongxue told Mudan, repeating it word by word." Queen Devil Queen then said, "Actually, your uneasiness comes entirely from the sudden disappearance of Yang Dingtian and that mysterious saint-level expert. You treat Yang Dingtian as you, and every action has a special meaning. In fact, maybe Yang Dingtian just lost his reason because of anger, that's all." Queen Devil Queen then said, "In fact, only one day later, Yang Dingtian and that mysterious saint-level expert appeared again because he regained his reason." Prince Li Ming laughed in surprise. "That's right, a few days ago, Yang Dingtian and a saint-level expert returned to the Taboo Continent's sea area entrance, once again guarding the door to the human kingdom. However, this saint-level expert was not Naru, but another female fox demon. It's just that they wore the same clothes and the same mask." "All right, take a rest," Queen Devil Queen said. "Don't think about anything, just wait for the time to come. I know that tomorrow is very important for us. This is the final battle against Yang Dingtian, and also the most crucial battle. We can only win, not lose. And it's because we are 90% sure that you are uneasy and suspicious, because we rarely experience such a thing." Prince Li Ming said, "I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty, Devil Queen." Devil Queen left. Prince Li Ming was left alone in the room. He closed his eyes, but he still couldn't sleep. Countless thoughts were rolling in his mind. The next day came. Prince Li Ming's eyes were bloodshot. It was really strange. He was a saint-level expert, and he would be fine even if he didn't sleep for a month. It was impossible for his eyes to be bloodshot. But now he was like an insomniac, his expression anxious and his eyes bloodshot. Queen Devil Queen didn't try to persuade him anymore, because the smarter a person was, the harder it was to persuade them. In this mood, the 5 members of Evil Ways flew to the northernmost part of the world of ice and snow, and arrived at the familiar border of the abyss. Prince Li Ming released the void-splitting fire and purified the border of the abyss. The 5 members of Evil Ways passed through the border of the abyss and entered the first dark realm. Then, the 5 of them continued to run and headed to the place where the void crack opened. They were already very familiar with it because they had been here the last time. After only 6 hours, the 5 members of Evil Ways arrived at the place where the void crack opened. It was already very obvious, because the energy field here was very unstable, and the hard ground had already begun to crack. The signs of the void crack opening were already very strong. The 5 members of Evil Ways sat in a circle, waiting for the moment to open. There were less than 4 hours left before the opening of the dark crack, and on the side of Little Western Paradise, all the energy prisons and ambushes had been set up. The day before the void crack opened, Yang Dingtian returned to Little Western Paradise again. He would personally take part in eliminating all the members of Evil Ways in one fell swoop, and not completely leave it to Demon Li Tu. However, he still encountered a bit of trouble. This was because Mi Zhu had appeared with dozens of dark wanders a day before the dark crevice opened. He wanted Yang Dingtian to fulfill the agreement and use the void-splitting fire to purify the dark crack and let them completely devour the energy of the dark crack. This was a powerful and uncontrollable force. Now that the evil Tao also possessed the void-rending fire, Yang Dingtian was truly worried that Mi Zhu and the other dark wanderers would immediately betray the agreement and cooperate with the evil Tao once they saw that the evil Tao had the void-rending fire. This was very likely, because Mi Zhu had betrayed Yongxi like this. If that was the case, it would really be a huge problem. The Dark Wanderers, led by Mi Zhu, had more than 20 saint-level experts. They were so large that they could not be destroyed. If the Silver Palace, the 9 Great Tribes, and the Silver Dragon Temple joined forces, they would definitely be able to wipe out all the Dark Wanderers. However, that would have to wait until after the Evil Ways were eliminated. Right now, the majority of Little Western Paradise's sage-level experts were scattered around the Skull's main hall and the Void Crack. In fact, Yang Dingtian even thought of directly extracting the void-splitting fire when the Dark Wanderers were devouring the energy of the Dark Crack, and let them die in the Dark Crack. Even though Mi Zhu was Nera's husband, this suggestion was made by Nera herself. This was because the current Mi Zhu was no longer the man she once loved deeply. Instead, he was merely a dark degenerate, an unstable factor in the Western Paradise. However, if it wasn't just Yang Dingtian who was purifying the dark crack, then the Evil Ways would also be doing the same. Then Yang Dingtian's plan would be ruined, and these dark wanderers would be pushed to the side of the Evil Ways. The possibility of this happening was very high, even more than 70 to 80%. Ultimately, Yang Dingtian and Mi Zhu had a discussion. They decided not to devour the dark crevice's energy this time, and Yang Dingtian would compensate them double the amount. Tomorrow I'll find him another dark rift that's even more powerful than this one. Mi Zhu refused without hesitation. For this group of addicts, all promises were empty. What he wanted was right now, right now, right now. In order to prevent these dark wanderers from completely ruining Yang Dingtian's plan, Yang Dingtian decided to use his last resort and took him to see a higher-level dark energy. Your Excellency Mi Zhu, Yang Dingtian looked into his eyes and said, "In fact, your daughter, Wu Yu, is my wife." Mi Zhu was stunned because Yang Dingtian was no longer wearing the silver dragon mask, and because they were in Little Western Paradise, he was wearing the face of Jiangshang from the Speechless Clan. The Speechless Clan couldn't have a marriage alliance with the Fox Clan. Moreover, the Speechless Clan should have no desires. The Speechless Clan has no desires at all. You're lying, Mi Zhu said. Yang Dingtian wanted to say that he was a human. At this moment, Mi Zhu stepped forward and sniffed Yang Dingtian deeply. Then he revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Oh, I know. You're the same as us. We're all like-minded people. I can smell some kind of dark power on you. Don't worry, only I can smell it. Those old fogies of the Silver Dragon Temple can't smell it." Then Mi Zhu's eyes were completely filled with trust. It was as if he had found a comrade. In Mi Zhu's heart, as long as they were both addicts of the dark crack, they were definitely trustworthy. Then Mi Zhu said, "Moreover, the dark crack energy on you is much more advanced and mysterious than mine. I believe in you. You will definitely compensate me double the amount." You must have some good stuff hidden away. Yang Dingtian was stunned, but then he nodded and admitted it. Mi Zhu said, I don't care what your purpose is. You want to monopolize tomorrow's void crack. As long as you prove to me that you have a better dark crack, I'll agree. Yang Dingtian said in a low voice, follow me. Then, Yang Dingtian directly opened the dark energy door with the void splitting fire. Inside was the continent of death, the world of darkness. Just one look, and Mi Zhu was almost ecstatic because the energy of the dark crack inside was unprecedentedly dense. Take me there, take me there, take me there now. I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you, Mi Zhu said tremblingly. Yang Dingtian said, Mi Zhu, not only are we like-minded, but you're also my father-in-law and even a traitor of the Silver Dragon Temple. It's just that I've hidden myself very well, so we're definitely on the same side, right? That's right, Mi Zhu said mysteriously. Yang Dingtian said, my void-splitting fire can lead directly to the world of darkness. There are endless dark cracks there at any time. However, the dark crack there is at the edge of the world of darkness. After we enter, it might take a few days and nights to return here. And I'm going to use this dark crack tomorrow. I can't miss it. I promise you that I'll take you to the world of darkness as soon as I'm done tomorrow. Mi Zhu stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, tell me, what are you going to do with the dark crack tomorrow? Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched, and then he said in a low voice, there's a woman who's the Demon King Wentian's lover. She's going to come through the dark crack tomorrow. I want her. Mi Zhu was stunned at first, but then he nodded and said, I see. Then he said in surprise, you still have that kind of desire between men and women. Yang Dingtian said, very strong, and I get more and more intense every time I'm satisfied. Mi Zhu closed his eyes and said, it seems that the dark crack you've devoured is indeed much more advanced than mine. Yang Dingtian said, the dark crack is endless. Not to mention sharing it with 2 people, it's not a problem to share it with 10,000 people. Mi Zhu nodded and said, okay, I promise you. I'll give you 1 day. Then, I'll come to you and wait for you to fulfill your promise. Yang Dingtian said, it's a deal. It's a deal, said Mi Zhu. Then he really left with the Dark Wanderers. Before he left, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, didn't you hear? Nero is back and has become the acting speaker. He said this because he wanted to bring him back to his senses. However, Mi Zhu just trembled slightly and said, I really didn't know, but I'm not interested. Then he left and disappeared. After temporarily dealing with Mi Zhu and the Dark Wanderers, Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. Then he went to the place where the crack of darkness had opened and waited quietly. It was finally time. The dark crack was about to open. Yang Dingtian and the dozen of St. Class experts were already fully prepared. Rumble. It was as if the space energy was distorted. Then, the ground suddenly cracked open and a void hole appeared. Yang Dingtian and a dozen or so saints were ready. At the same time, at the first dark domain, a void crack opened at the same time. Finally, it was time. The final moment had finally arrived. Chapter 1079. This dark crevice was much smaller. Last time, the dark crevice where Yong Shi killed Yao Qi was much larger at the bottom of the endless eternal peak. It had already opened a few days ago. As for this dark crack, it was only now that it slowly opened. However, there was nothing at the bottom of the crack, only a pitch-black shadow. Crown Prince Li Ming was extremely nervous. He even wanted to cover his heart with his hand and gasp for breath. In fact, there was no more oxygen in the first dark domain. He had taken the vitality pill and did not need to breathe anymore. Seeing Prince Li Ming's situation, the Queen Devil Queen reached over and patted his shoulder lightly. Prince Li Ming forced himself to calm down and wait for the dark crevice to open. On the other side of the dark crevice, Yang Dingtian was already breathing heavily and his heart was beating like thunder. This was a crucial battle for Prince Li Ming. How could it not be a crucial battle for Yang Dingtian? This battle could directly wipe out the evil ways. The demon king Wen Tian was the only one left. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was also extremely nervous. Seeing this, Neru reached over and patted the back of Yang Dingtian's hand. Not long after the crevice opened, the crevice in the deep sea appeared little by little. It was as if an extremely deep tunnel had appeared. A faint, mysterious light seeped through the darkness. The true entrance to the dark crevice had appeared. "Let's go in," the Devil Queen said. Prince Li Ming's body was a bit stiff. The Devil Queen went forward and pulled him up. Then the 5 members of the evil ways walked into the dark crevice. After entering, they were surrounded by a completely dark void. It was as if there was no end to it. However, when they reached out to touch it, they felt extremely uncomfortable. Around them, there was black energy matter. Because it was completely dark, it looked as if there was no end to it. Less than a few hundred meters into the dark crevice, a mysterious and beautiful small abyss border appeared in front of him. This abyss border was the border between the first dark realm and the little western paradise. However, it was not a real border. Instead, it was a temporary abyssal border that was formed when 2 planes were constantly moving. This was the origin of the dark rift. The first dark realm and the little western paradise were constantly rotating. Moreover, the 2 planes were irregular, so they would occasionally border each other. However, the nature of the 2 planes were completely different, so the first dark realm instinctively wanted to devour the little western paradise that was full of vitality. Thus, a temporary border of the abyss appeared. Because the bordering areas varied in size, the temporary borders of the abyss also varied in size. This temporary abyssal border merged with the dark rift and became a void rift. Therefore, as long as one had void fissure fire, one could pass through the border of the abyss and reach the other side's plane. Because the rotation of the 2 planes was regular, the opening of the void rift was also regular. This was recorded by Mi Zhu, who specialized in studying the dark rift. Looking at the narrow but extremely far abyss border in front of him, it still shone with a mysterious and terrifying light. Then a flame appeared, 1 black, 1 white, and they began to merge and become a transparent flame. Prince Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. This really looked like void fissure fire. It was very similar. At that time, Li Ming had been attracted by this flame and jumped to his death. This was actually also considered void fissure fire, but its energy level was very, very low. It was just the energy released after the dark realm devoured the vitality continent. It was a very normal energy behavior. However, the real heaven and earth level obsidian fire was formed at the border of the dark realm's abyss once every 200 years. And the flame in front of them was just a flame that had been brewing for a few minutes. It could not be devoured at all. Devouring it would lead to death. The energy of this flame was very chaotic. Although the people of the evil ways were tempted, they were still clear about this point. Sure enough, this lowest level void fissure fire did not even split into 100 before it collapsed and turned into ashes. This abyss border was very short. It would disappear after a few minutes. Devil Queen said from the side, "Li Ming, it's time to start. Otherwise, there won't be enough time." Prince Li Ming looked at the abyss border in front of him. After crossing it, he would be in Little Western Paradise. However, the uneasiness in his heart was unprecedented. Even his every heartbeat was painful. Prince Li Ming said, "Devil Queen, my heart is extremely uneasy right now. It's as if the other side of the dark rift is filled with extreme danger." Devil Queen's face turned cold. She said, "Li Ming, do you remember how Yao Qi died?" Prince Li Ming said, "Of course I remember. He was tricked by Yongxi Wen Tian and jumped into the void fissure to turn into ashes." Devil Queen said, "In fact, with his intelligence at the last moment, it was impossible for him not to be worried that this was Yongxi's scheme. It was impossible for him not to be worried. If he jumped, he would turn into ashes. But he still jumped. Prince Li Ming said, although he was suspicious, he still jumped, so he died. Devil Queen said, so he is a hero, because the Void Fisher fire only appears once every 200 years. If he missed it this time, the next time would be 200 years later. Moreover, whether it was a trap or not, he had to jump to know. If he did not jump, he would never know. So he jumped. So he is a hero. Prince Li Ming suddenly trembled. He said, You would rather I die so that I can be a hero and not a coward. Devil Queen said, That's right. At this point, if we retreat, then even if we live, we are just incompetent people. There is no need for Yang Dingtian to make a move. We have already lost. Then Devil Queen said, Besides, you said that you were uneasy and suspected that there was a scheme behind it. Do you have evidence? What kind of situation do you think the situation you described would happen? If we jump into the abyss, where are death and traps waiting for us? How did this happen? Prince Li Ming said, Chairman Yongxi failed, and Yang Dingtian controlled Little Western Paradise. Devil Queen said, Do you think that is possible? If Yang Dingtian controlled Little Western Paradise, why would he need to set a trap for us? He could have just brought dozens of saint experts into the human kingdom and killed us all. The door to the human kingdom has always been in their hands. Prince Li Ming was stunned. If Yang Dingtian controlled Little Western Paradise, why would he need to set a trap? He could have just brought people to destroy the evil ways. Devil Queen continued. Moreover, as the acting chairman, Yongxi has dozens of saint experts under him from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall. In addition, he has a mysterious group of saint experts. Even if the 9 great tribes were to fight with him, he would still be undefeated in martial arts. Tell me, how did Yang Dingtian control Little Western Paradise? And he spent most of his time in the human kingdom. Prince Li Ming's mind became clear. Devil Queen said word by word, Okay, let's say Yang Dingtian became a god and controlled Little Western Paradise. Then, would we have any power to resist his power? We would be completely suppressed by him. Are you willing to be in such a situation? I'd rather die with a bang than be humiliated by others. Prince Li Ming trembled and said, We can actually charge into the door to the human kingdom and charge into the skull hall. Devil Queen's eyes suddenly became very disappointed. She sneered, Charge into the skull hall? Last time, Yang Dingtian and a saint expert left the Forbidden Continent. You were so scared that you immediately gave up. You have already run away once. Do you want to run away a second time? Li Ming, you are already crippled. You have already been scared out of your wits by Yang Dingtian. Your spine has already been broken. Devil Queen's words were like a whip, fiercely lashing Li Ming's heart. His mind shook, and he thought in shock, Could it be that this uneasy feeling is not from intuition? Is it because I am afraid of Yang Dingtian? Have I already been scared out of my wits? If that's the case, then I am really crippled. Li Ming, you have already broken through to the saint level. Now it seems that you are even more useless than Dongli. Devil Queen said coldly, Release the void-splitting fire to purify the abyss border. You don't have to go. I will go. This is an order. You are even more useless than Dongli. This sentence directly made Li Ming's heart bleed. Then, a surge of pride and anger surged in his heart. He directly released the void-splitting fire. 1 black and 100 void-splitting fire bloomed, and then fused together, becoming an absolutely transparent flame. This was the void-splitting fire. It was extremely transparent, without a trace of impurities. The transparent flame suddenly flew into the temporary abyss border. Immediately, the narrow temporary abyss border in front of him was quickly purified. The void-splitting fire began to split, and instantly covered all the abyss. The entire temporary abyss border became incomparably transparent, leading directly to the Little Western Paradise. Devil Queen looked coldly at Prince Li Ming. Her eyes filled with incomparable disappointment, and then she was about to jump down. "No, I will go." Prince Li Ming suddenly roared. "Devil Queen, I will say the same thing. I feel a strong sense of unease. You are wrong. I have not been scared out of my wits by Yang Dingtian. I am not a cowardly and incompetent person." After saying that, Prince Li Ming suddenly jumped down the temporary abyss border. Then, as if he was traveling through time, he continued to move forward in the light and shadow. Time seemed to pass quickly, but also seemed to stop. He did not know why, but the various scenes of the past were replaying in Li Ming's mind like a movie. In the scene, 3 people became the most important people in his life. The Demon King Wen Tian, Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian. One was his creator, one was his beloved, and the other was his enemy. Every one of them was engraved in his heart. Whoosh! The travel ended. He appeared on the other side of the temporary abyss border. This was already the Little Western Paradise. The moment he appeared, more than 20 saint-level energy directly locked onto him. My intuition was right. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain, and his body was cold. Chapter 1080. The feeling of despair only lasted for a moment. Prince Li Ming immediately retracted the spatial rending flame. This was to prevent the Devil Queen and the others from rushing over. Of course, the spatial rending flame was interrupted the moment all his Xian veins were completely locked. Then a familiar yet unfamiliar face was imprinted in Prince Li Ming's eyes. It was Yang Dingtian, but he was Yang Dingtian in the form of the silent race. Although Prince Li Ming had never seen him before, he had seen a very detailed portrait and recorded the scene in the recovery jade. Therefore, he recognized Yang Dingtian immediately. Suddenly, his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. How could this be? How could this be? Although he was horrified, now was definitely not the time. Therefore, Prince Li Ming's body suddenly exploded. His life turned into a mass of energy wrapped in evil spirits, and he fled frantically. This speed was simply too fast. In an instant, he rushed out of the exit of the spatial rending flame. Then he ruthlessly crashed into a layer of incomparably powerful energy wall. Every high-level evil spirit martial artist would explode and escape. Yang Dingtian had long been prepared. The Little Western Paradise had spent an astronomical number of crystals to build many layers of energy prison. Li Ming could not escape at all. Boom! Just as Li Ming crashed into the energy prison, the entrance of the prison instantly closed. He was directly imprisoned. 3 saint-level experts stepped forward to maintain the operation of the energy array. Prince Li Ming's energy body frantically attacked inside, but it was completely impossible to break through. Yang Dingtian only glanced at him, then returned to the temporary abyss border of the spatial rending flame. He released the spatial rending flame and purified this temporary abyss border. Soon, Yang Dingtian's spatial rending flame purified the entire abyss border into a transparent crystal. Prince Li Ming quickly understood Yang Dingtian's intentions. He wanted to attract the Devil Queen and the others over. When the Devil Queen saw the abyss border being purified again, she would definitely think that it was done by Prince Li Ming. After Li Ming confirmed the safety of the Little Western Paradise, he released the void-splitting fire to purify the border of the abyss and bring them over. On the other side of the abyss border, the Devil Queen was shocked when she saw the spatial fissure fire disappear. Could it be that Li Ming had met with some mishap over there? But a moment later, the spatial fissure fire appeared at the border of the abyss and purified it once more. She immediately thought that Li Ming should have first confirmed whether or not it was safe there. After confirming that it was safe, he would release the void-splitting flame to bring them over. He had always been this careful. At the same time, the entire void crack began to tremble violently. The temporary intersection between the Little Western Paradise and the first dark domain was about to end. so this void crack would soon disappear as well. Let's go. We need to hurry. There's not much time left, the Devil Queen said. Suddenly, Wu Daozi spoke up. Your Majesty, Devil Queen. Actually, Prince Li Ming alone is enough to go over. When the next void crack appears, the experts of the Little Western Paradise will be able to come over, the Devil Queen said. That won't do. Li Ming isn't enough to command Yongxi. I still need to go over at this point, Dishi Bian suddenly spoke up. Then I won't go over. I'll stay here to provide support, the Devil Queen asked. Are you sure? I'm sure, Dishi Bian replied. At this point, the void crack was trembling even more violently. The Devil Queen nodded, then suddenly jumped into the temporarily purified abyss border. As for Wu Daozi and Wulingzi, they also jumped in. Dishi Bian lightly jumped out of the void crack cave and returned to the first dark domain. After a quick shuttling, who knows how much time had passed, but it also seemed like an instant. The shuttling ended. The Devil Queen suddenly rushed out of the abyss border. At this time, the void crack quickly shrank and shrank. Then it suddenly disappeared. The people inside the void crack were directly ejected and appeared in the world of the Little Western Paradise. To be precise, they were in the Sea of the Little Western Paradise. Most of the void cracks in the Little Western Paradise appeared at the bottom of the sea. Then the Devil Queen's dead concubine immediately saw the imprisoned crown prince, Li Ming. Her heart skipped a beat. Then she discovered that more than 20 Saint Realm experts and dozens of half-Saint Realm experts had surrounded the 4 people of the evil ways. The Devil Queen's expression changed. I've really been tricked. I'm the one who harmed Li Ming. I'm the one who harmed the evil ways. I've become a sinner. I've become a sinner. Li Ming's intuition was right. Then, not only did the Devil Queen not escape, but her body suddenly self-destructed and turned into a powerful energy, shooting toward Prince Li Ming's energy prison. Suicidal attack, yet another suicidal attack. The incomparably angry and ashamed Devil Queen desperately wanted to save Li Ming. Last time, she saved Li Ming like this. But last time, Yang Dingtian used the Sword Soul as an energy prison to imprison Li Ming. And this time, the entire Little Western Paradise used countless powerful crystals and energy formations to build an energy prison. In addition, there were dozens of Saint Realm and dozens of half-Saint Realm experts supplying energy. This energy prison was not something that the Devil Queen could break through. Boom, 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 the Devil Queen screamed crazily and roared crazily. The 3 evil spirit experts crazily crashed into Prince Li Ming's energy prison, but it was to no avail. They could only see the 3 evil spirit experts explode again and again, shattering into pieces again and again. It looked incomparably heroic. Suddenly, one of the energy walls of Li Ming's energy prison opened. The Devil Queen and the other 2 directly rushed into the energy prison. Then, the energy prison closed again, and the 4 evil spirit experts of the evil ways were all imprisoned. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and identified the Devil Queen and the others. One was missing. Dishi Bian was not imprisoned. Strictly speaking, Dishi Bian was not considered a person of the evil ways. As long as the Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming were caught, they would all be caught in one fell swoop. And if Dishi Bian was in the Dark Realm, then she would not be able to do evil in the human world. Where's Dishi Bian? Yang Dingtian asked. The Devil Queen's eyes were bloodshot as she hissed. It really is you, Yang Dingtian. I will definitely tear you into pieces. I will definitely kill your entire family. At this moment, the Devil Queen had lost all her bearing and temperament, as if she had gone mad. She was the one who had personally sent every one of the evil ways to their deaths. Yang Dingtian did not care about her vicious words. He looked at Prince Li Ming and said, Li Ming, where's Dishi Bian? At this time, Prince Li Ming was quiet, even too quiet, and there was no vitality in his eyes. Hearing Yang Dingtian's question, Li Ming was stunned for a moment, and then said, Yongxi, where's Yongxi? It's Yongxi Wentian. Yang Dingtian said he has been executed. The Devil Queen's body trembled violently. Hearing the sentence, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Executed? Impossible, he has a second-class evil spirit on him, and Little Western Paradise has no dark matter. How did you execute him? The Devil Queen said. Yang Dingtian said, we threw him into the abyss border. No matter how strong the evil spirit is, it can't resist the abyss border and directly turned into ashes. Instantly, the Devil Queen's dead concubine's face turned as white as a sheet. Yongxi Wentian is dead. Yongxi Wentian is dead. Of course, this was not because the Devil Queen had deep feelings for Yongxi Wentian. It was because Yongxi Wentian was also a part of the Demon King. Now, Yang Dingtian could even kill the Demon King Wentian. This, for the evil ways, was equivalent to the collapse of their faith. At this time, Prince Li Ming suddenly said, Yongxi Wentian has a mysterious Saint-class power, and the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall also has 20 Saint-class powerhouses. The number of Saint-class powerhouses he has is more than half of the Little Western Paradise. How can you defeat him? How can you kill him? The Devil Queen's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine with hope. Chapter 1081. Yang Dingtian said to Nehru, Chairman, let's go. Then, dozens of Saint-level experts moved the energy prison and flew toward Mount Buzhou. Next, it was time to decide the fate of the Evil Ways members. Previously, the fate of the Evil Ways members hadn't been decided yet. They had to capture them first. Of course, it wasn't only the fate of the Evil Ways members that was decided. In fact, this was only a small topic. The bigger topic was how to unify the Silver Dragon Empire and deal with the disaster of the Little Western Paradise that would occur 4,000 to 5,000 years later. Also, should the human nations save the Little Western Paradise Fox Demon Clan? And Yang Dingtian would propose an alliance between the 3 races. 3 races? The 3 races were the humans, mermaids, and foxes. The eternal topic of the 3 races was to protect the eternal survival of the Chaos World. Stop or avoid the Chaos World's great nirvana. And the current topic was the alliance of the 3 races to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. That's right, Yang Dingtian wanted to eliminate the Demon King Wentian from the Tiando League's mission to the alliance of the 3 races. Because they had to control the energy prison, the Saint-level experts arrived at Mount Buzhou's Snow Mountain Castle after 16 hours. Yang Dingtian took out a token, and the castle's energy gate opened. An even more powerful energy prison was already prepared, and it directly imprisoned the 4 members of the Evil Ways. At this time, President Su Yan and Priest Fire Dance of the Silver Dragon Temple hadn't arrived yet. The meeting between the 3 races would be held tomorrow. Yang Dingtian, Nehru, Demon Li Tu, and Demon Fury Tu had a small meeting. There was only one topic. How should they deal with Mi Zhu's Dark Wanderers? This was because in a few hours these Dark Wanderers would find Yang Dingtian and ask him to bring them to the abyss of the Dark World to devour the dark energy. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, could make the Dark Wanderers enter the Dark World and immediately shut down the Void Fire, trapping this group of people in the Dark World. He could even be more ruthless and decisive. First, he would use the Void splitting fire to purify the border of the abyss. Then, when the Dark Wanderer jumped down to devour the dark energy, he would directly pull it away. Thus, all of the Dark Wanderers were annihilated. Before deciding the fate of the Evil Ways, they had to decide the fate of the Dark Wanderers first. Nehru said, "These Dark Wanderers have become an unstable factor in the Little Western Paradise. I suggest that we imprison them forever or destroy them completely." Demon Li II immediately raised his hand and said, "I agree." Demon Rage 2 thought for a while and said, "I don't object to executing the Dark Wanderers, but I feel that this is a very powerful force, and they aren't afraid of death. Therefore, I feel that we can use them to deal with the Demon King Wentian." Demon Li II said coldly, A mere human is something we can easily exterminate. Why would we need the Dark Wanderer to do something unnecessary? In the face of Demon Rage's arrogance and prejudice, Yang Dingtian and Demon Rage, too, couldn't do anything. Nehru said, "The Demon King Wentian is also the King of Darkness. He controls the entire Empire of Darkness. Then, will the Dark Wanderers be used by him instead?" Yang Dingtian said, "The energy of the Demon King Wentian's Empire of Darkness comes from a huge energy array. It rotates in a powerful energy field and produces unprecedentedly powerful energy. It has almost nothing to do with the energy of the void-splitting fire. At present, it seems that the void-splitting fire is the only thing that can control the Dark Wanderers." Demon Rage too said, "At present, there are a total of 3 people who have the void-splitting fire: Yang Dingtian, Evil Ways, Li Ming, and President Su Yan. Therefore, the current Dark Wanderers can be commanded and used." Then Demon Rage too said, "Actually, the few of us here have no right to determine the life and death of the Dark Wanderers, because they are exiles of the Silver Dragon Temple. Only the Silver Dragon Temple has the right to execute them." That was true. Yang Dingtian said, "In that case, I will bring them to the Empire of Darkness this time. They will not be imprisoned or executed. Their fate will be discussed at the meeting of the 3 races and then decided." Nehru nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way." Then Nehru said, "Evil Ways still have 1 person who got caught, Dishibien. Should we capture her as soon as possible?" Yang Dingtian said, "She is currently either in the Underworld Empire or the First Dark Realm. If she is in the First Dark Realm, then she will be trapped forever." It was almost time. Yang Dingtian left the Snow Mountain Castle on Mount Buzhou and came to the place where the Dark Wanderers were gathered. The Dark Wanderers, led by Mi Zhu, were already waiting here in an orderly fashion. Seeing Yang Dingtian appear, Mi Zhu said excitedly, "You are indeed a man of your word." Seeing his fanatical and excited look, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel sad. This was once the most noble high priest of the Silver Dragon Temple, the person who Nehru had fallen in love with. Now he had fallen to this level. Yang Dingtian asked, "Everyone, are we going in together?" Mi Zhu nodded and said, "We Dark Wanderers share blessings and misfortunes. The whole world has already abandoned us. If we don't unite, we will really be lonely ghosts." Then Mi Zhu's eyes flickered. "Now, you are also one of us, so we are already a family." A Dark Wanderer next to him said, "That's right. Although that young she has void crack fire, he is hiding and bluffing. He doesn't let us know that he can enter the dark world and enjoy it. He even betrayed our agreement many times." This Dark Wanderer was actually a woman. This group of people always covered themselves in black cloaks, so it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. Then the female Dark Wanderer stepped forward, closed her eyes, and sniffed Yang Dingtian's scent. A moment later, her voice trembled and she said hoarsely, "Yes, yes, extremely mysterious and distant dark energy." Then her breathing became rapid and she shivered all over. "I'm in heat after just 1 sniff. I don't know how many thousands of years I haven't been in heat." As soon as she said that, all the Dark Wanderers present laughed. Then the female Dark Wanderer said, "Boss, his energy is more noble and profound than yours, so maybe we have to change bosses." Mi Zhu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. He has void crack fire, which can bring us endless dark energy. He was already the boss in the first place. Boss, let us in quickly. I really can't wait. The last time I had fun was a few years ago. I'm counting on this time to live." Another voice sounded. "Yes, yes, if not for this time, I wouldn't have been able to take it and would have killed myself." A weak voice sounded. "Shut up," Mi Zhu said sternly. "No one is allowed to talk about killing themselves. When we were wandering, how many people died? Until we gathered together, no one chose to die. I know we have fallen, so we will fall to the end. I want to see what the god of darkness will give us. We will keep devouring, 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 and I want to see what we will become in the end." Then Mi Zhu stepped forward to Yang Dingtian. "Shall we begin?" Speaking of which, the Dark Wanderer's attitude towards Yang Dingtian was completely different from their attitude towards Yong Shi Wentian. To Yong Shi Wentian, they were incomparably cold and professional. But to Yang Dingtian, they were already on the same side, because they smelled the same dark energy on Yang Dingtian. "Okay," Yang Dingtian nodded. Then he directly activated Void Crack Fire. Seeing the Void Crack Fire, the Dark Wanderers were already excited. Their eyes shone with incomparable excitement. Previously, every time the Void Crack Fire bloomed, it meant that it was time for them to ascend. The Void Crack Fire bloomed to the extreme, directly splitting open an energy door in the middle. Behind the energy door was the world of darkness. Across the energy door, the unique energy aura of the world of darkness had already spread over. This aura intoxicated the Dark Wanderers. This was the feeling. Yes, this was the feeling. "Brothers and sisters, go in and enjoy," Mi Zhu said loudly. Then he took the lead and jumped in. Then all the Dark Wanderers swarmed in. In the end, everyone entered. Unexpectedly, no one stayed outside to hold Yang Dingtian hostage. One had to know that Yang Dingtian didn't have to do anything now, and he could imprison this group of Dark Wanderers in the world of darkness. He just didn't jump in. This group of Dark Wanderers didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance against him. They all jumped into the world of darkness. He extinguished the Void Crack Fire and left directly. Imprison this group of people in the world of darkness? This thought flashed through his mind. However, Yang Dingtian's heart softened, and he still gave up. Then he jumped into the world of darkness. After entering the world of darkness, immediately he saw all the Dark Wanderers celebrating as if they had found their spiritual home. There was no air here. There was nothing. Everything was dead. However, they were breathing greedily. It was already tens of thousands of times the gravity here, but they didn't care. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said, "Let's go. There is true dark energy at the abyss border." Mi Zhu immediately said loudly, "Brothers and sisters, let's go to the abyss border. We are going to have a great time." Then a group of people surrounded Yang Dingtian, like stars surrounding the moon, and rushed toward the abyss border. This group of people had never thought that Yang Dingtian had the idea of completely imprisoning them here just now. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of the pyramid scheme organization. The people in there were all brainwashed and became extremely childish and simple-minded. As for Yang Dingtian, he was born to be their leader. 20 hours later, the Dark Wanderers arrived at the border of the abyss, which they had never seen before. Then their first reaction. All the Dark Wanderers were shocked and surrendered, as if they had seen their faith, as if they had seen heaven. All the Dark Wanderers knelt down neatly and kissed the ground here. For the Dark Wanderers, the abyss border in the void crack was their faith. The dark energy in the abyss border was their faith. Therefore, the abyss border had become the most beautiful and sacred scenery in their minds. In the past, every abyss border was temporary and short, but the abyss border in front of them was incomparably long and vast, incomparably eternal, and incomparably beautiful and charming. To them, this was really heaven. Most of the Dark Wanderers present had gone to the second dark realm to cultivate. Some of the Dark Wanderers had even seen the abyss border of the second dark realm. However, at that time, they did not feel anything about the abyss border. Moreover, as they continued to devour dark energy, their memories became narrower and shorter. Now their origins, previous feelings, and so on were almost indifferent and forgotten. Therefore, Mi Zhu's feelings for Nehru had already become numb and faded, and could not stir up any ripples. The abyss border had become their eternal memory. Suddenly, a Dark Wanderer came in front of Yang Dingtian, knelt down and kissed his feet, startling Yang Dingtian. "It was you who brought us to the dark heavenly kingdom. From now on, you are my king." Immediately after, the other Dark Wanderers also knelt down like crazy and shouted loudly, "You brought us to the heavenly kingdom. You are our king." Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Chapter 1082. Next, this group of people described what happened in a frenzy. Yang Dingtian understood that when these people were devouring the dark energy, they were not just enjoying the feeling of addiction. They said that this was because the fallen divine dragon was communicating with them and trying to tell them something. Moreover, they claimed that they were the messengers of God. In short, there were all kinds of strange sayings. Of course, in Yang Dingtian's opinion, this should be a spiritual pillar that they were looking for to fill the void in their hearts and hide their inner depravity. Otherwise, if it was just to enjoy the pleasure of devouring the dark energy, it would be pure depravity. Next, this group of people even forgot to devour the dark energy immediately. Instead, they began to explain themselves, as if they wanted Yang Dingtian to acknowledge them. For a moment, Yang Dingtian had mixed feelings. Now, it was really easy for him to kill this group of people. He could just purify the border of the abyss and lure them in. Then he could withdraw the void fire and they would all be turned into ashes. However, Yang Dingtian really could not bear to kill this group of people now. "Let's begin," Yang Dingtian said to Mizhu. "Okay, let's begin the sacred moment," Mizhu shouted loudly. Immediately, there was another round of cheers. Yang Dingtian came to the border of the abyss, then released the void fire and threw it directly into the border of the abyss. The transparent void fire began to split from 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8. Suddenly, the area in front of him turned into a transparent crystal. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a problem. After the border of the abyss was purified, if people jumped in, wouldn't they directly pass through the border of the abyss and reach the other end? Then Mizhu and the others should have frequently entered the dark realm through the void cracks. They could not stay in the border of the abyss for a long time. However, at this time, they probably could not reach the other end of the border of the abyss. This was because Yang Dingtian's void fire could not purify the entire border of the abyss at all. It was just a corner. Mizhu looked at the crystal-like border of the abyss and seemed to be completely burning. He trembled and said, "It's time for God to give us knowledge and energy again. Have you all memorized the chant?" "Understood," all the Dark Wanderers replied. Mizhu said, "When you can't withstand this energy, you have to immediately circulate the chants to leave. Do you understand?" "Understood," all the Dark Wanderers replied. Then, with Mizhu in the lead, they jumped into the purified abyss. Then, all the Dark Wanderers jumped down. There was only Yang Dingtian on the shore. At this time, as long as he withdrew the spatial rending fire, this group of Dark Wanderers would all die. In other words, if Yang Dingtian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. However, none of the Dark Wanderers were wary of him. Following that, Yang Dingtian discovered that this group of people had begun to circulate their incantations and cultivation techniques. Thus, their originally disappearing figures were directly fixed in the transparent, crystal-like purification abyss. Furthermore, the originally absolutely transparent abyss began to form one mysterious vortex after another. Everyone was surrounded by a whirlpool. The vortex seemed to contain countless amounts of energy and information as it spun madly. Occasionally, there would be a few words, and occasionally there would be energy fragments that would enter the bodies of this group of people as they spun. Perhaps this was the so-called communication between them and the gods. Every single Dark Wanderer in this place didn't just have an expression of intoxication and indulgence. It was as if their souls had been seeped into this place. That feeling of happiness and joy made them willing to give up everything. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart, then closed his eyes, no longer looking at this scene, and continued to inject qi to maintain the operation of the spatial rending fire. About less than an hour later, the first Dark Wanderer was directly ejected and returned to the energy land of the Dark World. He seemed to have no strength in his body, but his bones were comfortable and filled with an incomparable aftertaste of happiness. He didn't directly lie on the ground, but tried to crawl to Yang Dingtian's side, then meditated with difficulty, feeling the aftertaste. Then, one after another, dark wanderers came ashore. Finally, the dark wanderers all meditated beside Yang Dingtian, surrounding him in the center. Finally, Miju also came ashore. What followed was a few hours of meditation. Finally, these dark wanderers recovered their cultivation and energy. Mi Zhu stepped forward and bowed to Yang Dingtian, saying, "Never, never have we been so happy and satisfied. The dark fissures that Yongxi Wen Tian asked us to devour before were far less than 1/10 or 1/100th of the energy today. So, we have been dispirited for a long time, but this time it is enough to support us for several years of faith and happiness." Yang Dingtian smiled, then withdrew the spatial rending fire. Then he suddenly found that the energy of his spatial rending fire seemed to have become much stronger. Of course, even if the energy of the spatial rending fire was strong, he didn't know what use it had, because besides passing through the border of the abyss and going to the dark world, he hadn't found any other heaven-defying uses of the spatial rending fire. At this time, Miju suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, what do you think if we stay in the dark world?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He had wanted to imprison this group of people in the dark world forever. Who knew that he would take the initiative to say it? Seeing Yang Dingtian's expression, Miju said, "You also know that although we didn't hurt anyone in the Little Western Paradise, people hate us. However, we are already hated by humans and ghosts. Everyone avoids us like snakes and scorpions. So, instead of being feared in the Little Western Paradise, it is better to live here. After all, this is our paradise." Yang Dingtian fell silent. Mi Zhu continued, "Of course, if you need our service, you can come in and summon us at any time. We will go through fire and water." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, "Of course, there is no problem for you to stay here. But I am worried that you will face the abyss border day after day. One day, you will not be able to resist the temptation of this paradise and directly jump down. At that time, without the spatial rending fire to purify the abyss border, you will be reduced to ashes." Mi Zhu couldn't help but be stunned, then nodded. Yang Dingtian's worry would definitely come true. Moreover, as long as there was a beginning, the rest of the dark wanderers would continuously jump in. They would feel that this was not death, but a sacrifice, and that they were going to heaven where God was. Even Mi Zhu himself would do that. This group of people's minds had become very simple, fanatical, stupid, and fearless. Let's go back first," Yang Dingtian said. Mi Zhu nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian led this group of dark wanderers out of the dark world, through the door of darkness, and returned to the Skull Hall. At this time, dozens of Indu martial arts hall experts were sitting neatly in the Skull Hall. Seeing a group of dark wanderers in the dark world, they immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. When they saw Yang Dingtian, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Leader In Shi-san stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings." Yang Dingtian said, "Almost all the remnants of the evil ways have been caught, and only one person is left. Do you know?" In Shi-san said, "We have received the message from the chairman, but there are no new orders. We will still be here waiting for orders." Yang Dingtian said, "Next, we will discuss the next step of the plan. As soon as the discussion is over, there will be new orders." "Yes, Your Excellency," In Shi-san said. Yang Dingtian said, "Then goodbye." "Farewell, Your Excellency," In Shi-san said. Then, Yang Dingtian led the dark wanderers back into the Little Western Paradise. The dark wanderers escorted Yang Dingtian to a place tens of thousands of meters away from the Buzhou Mountain Snow Mountain Castle and stopped. "Then we will take our leave. If you need anything, please call us." Mi Zhu handed over an energy crystal. Yang Dingtian said, "You have already given me an energy crystal once. When you need to summon me, just crush it." Mi Zhu said, "That is a one-time use, and this will always be the same." Yang Dingtian was stunned and then asked, "Where are you going?" Mi Zhu said, "Every mountain, every cliff, and every bottom of the sea." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Then I wish you good health and happiness. Goodbye. Take care. Goodbye." All the dark wanderers hugged Yang Dingtian and then left. At this time, Yang Dingtian noticed that there were 9 women in this group of dark wanderers. Then this group of dark wanderers disappeared without a trace, like shooting stars. Yang Dingtian took out the token and came to the Snow Mountain Castle. The energy gate opened and Yang Dingtian entered. In the Snow Mountain Castle, all the members were ready. Demon Li Tu and Demon Wrath Tu represented the 9 tribes. President Nehru represented the Little Western Paradise Council. President Su Yan and Priest Fire Dance represented the Silver Dragon Temple, and Yang Dingtian represented the human countries. The 5 members had already taken their seats and were waiting for Yang Dingtian. "Sorry, I'm late." Yang Dingtian sat down. Fire Dance said, "Then let's begin. Who will start the first topic?" Yang Dingtian raised his hand. Fire Dance said, "Please speak." Yang Dingtian said, "My first topic is how to deal with the remnants of the evil ways, alive or dead." Fire Dance nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk about this first topic." Yang Dingtian said, "My proposal is to liberate Wu Lingzi, imprison the Queen Devil Queen, and try to free her soul. As for Crown Prince Li Ming and Wu Dozi, who took the initiative to commit evil, they will all be executed." Yang Dingtian's proposal was very direct, and it was also very clear. The infernal queen's dead concubine's Void Piolin was framed, so she was demonized. Wu Lingzi was the same. His will was suppressed by a first-class evil spirit. Although he had done evil, he had already repented. As for Wu Daozi, although he was the grandfather of Yang Dingtian's wife, Spirit Rabbit, he took the initiative to commit evil and should be executed. As for Prince Li Ming, he was evil and cunning. From his soul to his bones, every inch of his body was permeated with evil. He would definitely die. Chapter 1083. Hearing Yang Dingtian's proposal, Nehru was silent for a moment, and then said, "I think that Queen Devil Queen also needs to be executed." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Before, the feeling that Nehru gave him had always been weak and kind. But after becoming the chairman, it was as if she had changed into a different person. Seeing Yang Dingtian's gaze, Nehru said, "I don't know much about evil spirit energy, but it gives me a general feeling. Second-class evil spirits make people greedy for power and then affect their mind. First-class evil spirits can directly suppress people's souls and wills. Primeval evil spirits can directly transform people's wills and souls. So, Nihility Piaoling may already be irreversible." Hearing Nehru's words, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but remember that Queen Devil Queen had said something similar. He was still the soul and will of Nihility Piaoling, but he had become evil. Then, now that Naga Dugashwang also has the primeval evil spirit in her body, does that mean that she has also become evil? Oh, to be precise, Nagashwang's nature has always been evil. She was just controlled by Yang Dingtian. She was always greedy for energy. When Yang Dingtian wasn't controlling her, she had caused many massacres. Demon Rage too said, "Whether Devil Queen Nihility Piaoling should be killed or not, I think it should be up to the Demon King Wentian. If the Demon King Wentian's strength is limited, we can eliminate him. Then Devil Queen can be killed. But on the other hand, the Demon King Wentian's strength has reached the point where we can't eliminate him. That Devil Queen can't be killed and must be taken hostage." Humph. Before Demon Rage 2 finished speaking, Yao Li suddenly sneered. His attitude was still the same. He completely looked down on the Demon King Wentian's strength and felt that his strength was just a joke. He, Yao Li, had already become a saint-level expert several hundred years ago. As for the Demon King Wentian, how long had it been since he became a saint-level expert? He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, the so-called Devil Queen Nihility Piao Ling defeated the Demon King Wen Tian 200 years ago. Moreover, the Devil Queen also has the primordial evil spirit, but she couldn't even withstand a single blow. I don't think the so-called the Demon King Wen Tian is that powerful. I alone can kill him. Yang Dingtian said, "Don't underestimate the enemy, Demon Leader Li. The Demon King Wen Tian has been controlling the Empire of Darkness for almost 200 years after obtaining the primordial evil spirit. It has devoured a lot of power, and with its Chaos Emperor armor, it's already at the peak of the saint level." Yao Li said coldly, "It's not worth mentioning." At this moment, President Su Yan of the High Priest Association suddenly said, "I went to see that Devil Queen. With the Soul Sword, there's a gap between her cultivation and Demon Leader Li's, but it's not that big." When he said this, Yao Li was stunned. The Devil Queen had been captured without showing any fighting strength, so it was inevitable that people would look down on her. However, the Devil Queen wasn't strong enough. It came from his heart. President Su Yan continued, "In the entire Little Western Paradise, in terms of cultivation, I'm probably ranked first, and Mi Zhu is ranked second." In other words, Yao Li barely made it into the top 3. President Su Yan was the ancestor of Little Western Paradise. Once he spoke, Yao Li naturally couldn't refute. However, he still wasn't satisfied. He said, "Then may I ask, Ancestor, how do you compare to the Demon Tribe's King?" President Su Yan smiled. "Speaking of which, the Demon Tribe's president really did come to challenge me. At that time, we were probably on par. The Demon Tribe's King was the strongest person in the history of Little Western Paradise. More than 1,000 years ago, he was already on par with Su Yan. It could be seen how powerful Su Yan was now." Then Su Yan said, "I also agree that we should leave the Devil Queen, Nihility Piao Ling, as a hostage to restrain the Demon King Wen Tian, so that he won't start a massacre." After Su Yan expressed his opinion, everyone else also expressed their opinions. They agreed to execute Li Ming and Wu Daozi, leave the Devil Queen and Wulingzi alive, and work hard to liberate Wulingzi. Yang Dingtan said, "Next, I propose that the Little Western Paradise, the Human Kingdom, and the Mermaid Empire form an alliance to face the future Little Western Paradise and stop the Great Western Paradise's nirvana." Everyone present raised their hands and agreed on this topic. As the Queen of the Mermaid Empire, Violets wasn't present, so the specific terms of the alliance couldn't be discussed. The responsibilities, obligations, and authority of each tribe needed to be carefully negotiated. The Council of Light also needed to be carefully discussed, because in the 3-race alliance the Human Kingdom had to pay the most, but it was also the weakest. It was fine if Yang Dingtian was still alive, but after he died, if the Little Western Paradise's Demon Fox clan enslaved the humans and occupied the entire Human Kingdom, then Yang Dingtian would be a sinner. Therefore, the 3-race alliance needed to consider many things, and the most important thing was to protect the safety and interests of the Human Kingdom. But now, to destroy the Demon King Wen Tian, the 3-race alliance was indeed needed. Therefore, Yang Dingtian proposed the third topic, which was to work together to destroy the Demon King Wen Tian. This proposal was directly approved by everyone. The key now was how to destroy the Demon King Wen Tian. They couldn't passively wait for the Demon King Wen Tian to appear, but they had to take the initiative to attack. Therefore, they finally came up with 2 plans. The first plan was to immediately destroy the Empire of Darkness and capture the remaining evil spirit martial artists. The second plan was to form the strongest Saint-class expeditionary force in history to search for the Demon King Wen Tian and destroy him. This Saint-class expeditionary force would be formed by the 9 great tribes, the Silver Dragon Temple, and the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall. This time, Su Yan would personally take up the role of the Silver Dragon Judge, leading 9 Saint-class Punishers and 20 Saint-class High Priests to become the leader of the entire Saint-class expeditionary force. The 9 great tribes would also send out 23 Saint-class experts. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall would send out 21 Saint-class experts. Therefore, the current Saint-class expeditionary force would have more than 73 Saint-class experts. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian suddenly made a suggestion. Was there a need to equip the Darkness Wanderer? This was an extremely powerful martial Dao force. Nero and Yao Li both objected. Nero felt that this group of Dark Wanderers was unreliable, while Yao Li felt that there was no need at all. 73 Saint-class experts were enough to kill the Demon King, Wen Tian. President Su Yan suddenly said, "Are you confident in the loyalty of the Dark Wanderers, Sir Yang Dingtian?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while, then nodded and said, "This group of people are the least afraid of death. They are also very simple-minded and fanatical." At this moment, Ho Wu suddenly said, "As for what the Dark Wanderers can contribute, I don't know. But in this expedition against the Demon King, Wen Tian, Little Western Paradise's Saint-class experts are almost all gone. The Dark Wanderers will become the strongest force in Little Western Paradise." That was indeed the case. Although Yang Dingtian wanted to say that this group of Dark Wanderers would not harm the Fox Demon clan of Little Western Paradise, he had no right to say so. Demon Rage 2 said, "Didn't you say that the evil ways still have a Dishibian who might be in the first Dark Realm? Can't we let Yang Dingtian lead the Dark Wanderers into the first Dark Realm to capture the Dishibian?" Yang Dingtian said, "Then let them be trapped in the first Dark Realm until we successfully kill the Demon King, Wen Tian, before letting them out." Demon Rage 2 nodded and said, "That's what I mean." Yang Dingtian said, "I don't agree. This group of people is very straightforward, fanatical, and very sensitive. Mi Zhu once suggested to me if we should let them stay in the world of darkness, so that the Fox Demon clan of Little Western Paradise would not be afraid of them. Once I suggested that they stay in the first Dark Realm, they would immediately think that this is a form of banishment. It would be a huge blow to their emotions, and the consequences would be very serious." Fire Dance said, "Then perhaps we can do this, because this expedition army, other than Yang Dingtian, is full of saint-level powerhouses, and half of the Dark Wanderers are not even saint-level powerhouses. We can order them to stay in the main hall of Snow Mountain Castle to meditate and cultivate. In Snow Mountain Castle, there are more than a few dozen saint-level punishers. If we leave 4 saint-level punishers behind, it will be enough to suppress this group of saint-level Dark Wanderers. As for the saint-level Dark Wanderers, they will be led by Yang Dingtian and join the expedition army." Yang Dingtian said, "That's fine. The Dark Wanderers are very united and see each other as family. This plan is feasible." In the end, 21 saint-level powerhouses of the Dark Wanderers joined the saint-level expedition army. The remaining half of the saint-level Dark Wanderers stayed in Snow Mountain Castle as hostages. In this way, the saint-level expedition army to eliminate the Demon King Wen Tian reached an astonishing number of over 90 saint-level powerhouses. The meeting ended. Before the saint-level expedition army was assembled, the first thing to do was to execute Li Ming and Wu Daozi, especially Prince Li Ming. He had the Void Fisher Fire. The 9 tribes and the Silver Dragon Temple were worried that Li Ming's existence would be a variable to the Dark Wanderers. Yang Dingtian led 9 saint-level punishers and 9 saint-level high priests, Demon Li Ming 2 and Demon Wrath 2, to the Hell Prison of Mount Buzhou to retrieve the prisoners Li Ming and Wu Daozi. This Hell Prison was no longer just an energy crystal formation. It had also absorbed the energy of Mount Buzhou and the Little Western Paradise. In this world, no one could escape from here, and no one could rescue the prisoners from here. The energy key of this prison was divided into 4 parts. They were in the hands of President Su Yan, President Nero, Demon Li tribe leader, and Yang Dingtian. Only by gathering the energy keys of these 4 people could this hell prison be opened. This hell prison was deep into the sea. There were more than 9 layers of energy walls around it. The entire prison looked like a series of illusory shadows. After the 4 energy keys were combined, The energy prison was opened. Then he directly teleported Wu Daozi and Li Ming out of the energy prison where they were imprisoned. When the Devil Queen saw this, she immediately hissed, "Yang Dingtian, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't kill Li Ming. You can't kill him." Yang Dingtian glanced at her and waved his hand. Wu Daozi and Li Ming were taken out of the hell prison and transported to the Dark World's abyss border to be executed. Chapter 1084. Yang Dingtian, if you kill Li Ming now, aren't you afraid that His Majesty, the Demon King, will kill your entire family in the future? Queen Devil Queen suddenly said through gritted teeth. From her gaze, from her expression, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel a true sense of resentment. Previously, although the Queen Devil Queen and Yang Dingtian had always been enemies, she didn't have much enmity towards Yang Dingtian. It was completely a battle of positions. In fact, she had never thought of killing Yang Dingtian. But now, her heart was indeed filled with hatred. She was truly filled with killing intent towards Yang Dingtian and his family. Yang Dingtian stopped and looked at the Queen Devil Queen's face. Perhaps Nera was right. There was no need to think about saving her. Perhaps death would be her end. However, the current her couldn't die yet. She needed to wait until the Demon King, Wen Tian, was eliminated. Yang Dingtian used the void-rending flame and entered the world of darkness once again. Then, more than 20 saint-level experts escorted Li Ming and Wu Daozi to the border of the abyss. 16 hours later, they once again arrived at the border of the abyss. The energy prison slowly opened, and a dozen or so Sacred Realm experts surrounded Crown Prince Li Ming's profound veins from every corner of his body. During the entire process, Li Ming didn't resist at all, because at this moment he kept his eyes closed. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. Yang Dingtian, how did Dongfang Bingling taste? Li Ming asked with a smile. Yang Dingtian ignored him. After being hit by the Soul Devourer, she turned into a murderous demon. It was also very moving. Li Ming sneered and said, "What a pity I didn't get to see that scene. It must have been very, very satisfying. Destroying the most beautiful thing in the world is such a romantic thing." Yang Dingtian pursed his lips and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "Let's do it." Instantly, First Saint rank punishers stepped forward and were about to strike him with their palms. Yang Dingtian, don't you want to save Dongfang Bingling? Li Ming laughed and said, "Don't you want to get rid of the Soul Devourer on her?" The 4 Saint rank punishers immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. "Do it," Yang Dingtian said. Bang! The 4 of them suddenly struck down with their palms. In an instant, Li Ming's body was smashed into pieces. All that was left was a body of energy surrounded by a first-grade evil spirit. His profound veins, energy sea, heart, and brain were all protected by the first-grade evil spirit. "Throw it down," Yang Dingtian said. "Wait, Yang Dingtian, don't you want to save Dongfang Bingling?" Prince Li Ming roared. "Yang Dingtian, I want to, but you don't have the ability to do so. The Demon King Wen Tian will not teach you a supreme evil technique like the Soul Devourer." Prince Li Ming said, "I am the Demon King's favorite adopted son. I am a valuable hostage. Kill me, and you will lose a bargaining tool. Yang Dingtian, the Devil Queen alone is enough as a hostage. You are valuable in the Demon King's heart, but only a little." Crown Prince Li Ming roared, "Ha ha ha! You're in such a hurry to kill me. You're afraid of me. You're afraid of me. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if I died or not. You're afraid of me. You hate me." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "No, you are thinking too much. I am only killing you because you have the void-rending flame. I am worried that something will happen if I keep you alive." Prince Li Ming was stunned. His heart was filled with agony and shock. He had never thought that the void-rending fire he had tried so hard to steal from Dong Li would end up killing him. Was this retribution? "Throw him down," Yang Dingtian ordered. Whoosh! The 4 saint-level punishers threw Prince Li Ming down. Ah! Prince Li Ming roared, screamed, and trembled crazily. Then his body melted inch by inch and disappeared into the abyss. His qi, his profound veins, his heart, his brain. Everything disappeared. I am not willing. I am not willing. I am not willing. Prince Li Ming of evil ways died amidst his painful roars. Next, it was Wu Daozi's turn. Yang Dingtian almost ignored this person and almost forgot about him. In his entire life, all of his brilliance was that battle with Yang Dingtian at the Heaven Enlightenment Academy. Other than that, this person left almost no trace, even if he had taken the Vulture Palace from Wulingzi. Ever since he was exiled to the Dark World by Yang Dingtian and then rescued by the evil ways, he had no sense of existence. Now he was going to be executed. Finally, he was able to face Yang Dingtian again. His expression was very complicated. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with hatred and hostility. He seemed to want to angrily rebuke, to show fearlessness and ridicule. His stomach had a lot of things to say. For example, it doesn't matter if you kill me, but His Majesty Demon King will avenge us. Or, for example, I should have died long ago. To be able to live for so many years and take back the foundation of the Vulture Palace, I have no complaints or regrets. But in the end, his gaze suddenly trembled, and the fear behind his eyes revealed itself. Yang Dingtian, if you kill me, aren't you afraid that too, I will hate you for the rest of your life? He spat out such a sentence with an expression of disbelief. Yang Dingtian said, I won't let private matters get in the way of public matters. Moreover, there is only public matters between her and me, no private matters. Wu Daozi's face began to tremble, and his teeth began to chatter. He said in a trembling voice, You also know that I am a second-class evil spirit. My will has not been suppressed, so I can stand on your side. He actually wanted to surrender and rebel before he died, which really made Yang Dingtian feel a trace of sorrow. It's too late, Yang Dingtian said. Moreover, it is precisely because your will has not been suppressed and you are willing to be enslaved by the evil ways that your sin is unforgivable. Throw him down, Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh! Wu Daozi was directly thrown into the abyss border. Yang Dingtian, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. Wu Daozi roared. Yang Dingtian thought that Wu Daozi's last words before his death would be related to the spirit rabbit, but who knew that it had nothing to do with it. Then Wu Daozi's body turned into ashes inch by inch at the abyss border. A moment later, he was completely dead. At the same time, a flame was born. This was another void crack fire. First, it was the black and white flames, and then it condensed into a transparent flame. The transparent flame began to split into countless flames, devouring the energy at the abyss border. After devouring enough energy, the countless flames condensed into one again. The void crack fire of the second in the world was once again refined by the abyss border. Demon Li II and Demon Fury II were both a little restless, because with the void crack fire, they could go to the dark realm. President Su Yen suddenly said, Everyone present, don't take this void crack fire. Because this is related to the Dark Wanderer if you need to pass through the abyss border, as long as you really need it. I believe that neither I nor Sir Yang Dingtian will refuse. Yes, Demon Fury II said. Then everyone watched as the space-splitting flame burned to its limit, but no one tried to devour it. In the end, it exploded and completely disappeared at the abyss border without a trace. President Su Yen said, Let's go, everyone! Then, Yang Dingtian led the saint-level experts through the door of darkness again, entered the Skull Hall, and returned to the Little Western Paradise again. A day later, the saint-level experts of the 9 tribes, the saint-level punishers of the Silver Dragon Temple, and the saint-level priests had all gathered. However, Demon Fury II did not leave the Little Western Paradise. He wanted to stay and control the situation of the 9 tribes. Therefore, Demon Fury II became the leader of the saint-level experts of the 9 tribes. As for the saint-level experts of the Silver Dragon Temple, they were still waiting in the Skull Hall, led by President Nehru. After everyone was gathered, Yang Dingtian crushed the energy crystal and summoned the Dark Wanderer. Bang! The energy crystal exploded with a light that was tens of thousands of meters long. It shot into the sky and could be seen clearly from thousands of miles away. Just 2 hours later, Mi Zhu led the Dark Wanderer and flew over like lightning. He saw Nehru at first glance, and his body trembled. Then he hid his body even more in the black cloak. The remaining Dark Wanderers instinctively shrank back when they saw the High Priest of the Silver Dragon Temple. This was because they had all made mistakes and were exiled by the Silver Dragon Temple. Yang Dingtian walked up and said to Mi Zhu and the rest of the Dark Wanderers, "Our 3 tribes alliance is preparing to go on an expedition to the human countries to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. I want all of you to join as well. All Saint-level Dark Wanderers, join the expedition. Saint-level Dark Wanderers, enter the Snow Mountain Castle on Mount Buzhou and meditate." After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the Dark Wanderers fell silent. "Of course, if you don't want to, we won't force you," Yang Dingtian said. Finally, someone spoke. "Can we?" a Dark Wanderer asked. This sentence directly revealed the Dark Wanderers' inferiority complex and fear. Even though they had always been in Little Western Paradise, they had never met any demon foxes. They had always hidden in a corner where no one could see them. This was because they knew that they had fallen and were exiled. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. The Dark Wanderers were shaken. Then they instinctively looked to President Su Yan of the Silver Dragon Temple. Su Yan said, "This is Yang Dingtian's suggestion. We agree." Mi Zhu and the other Dark Wanderers bowed deeply. Trembling, they said, "Yes, we're willing to go." They hadn't even thought that half of the Saint-level Dark Wanderers would stay as hostages. After the gate of the Snow Mountain Castle opened, half of the Saint-level Dark Wanderers directly entered the castle. They sat down in the main hall and didn't move. Yang Dingtian walked up and said to Su Yan and President Nehru, "Then I'll return to the human countries and open the gate of the Skull Palace." "Okay," Nehru said. "In 30 hours, open the gate of the human countries. Saint-level expeditionary forces will enter the human countries and eliminate all the remnants of the evil ways. Eliminate the Demon King Wentian. Goodbye. Goodbye." Yang Dingtian then entered the Buzhou mountain area and flew toward the spatial tear. The 3 Saint-level expeditionary forces instantly turned into meteors and flew toward the Skull Palace. Chapter 1085. More than 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian flew through the torn space and returned to the human kingdom. Once again, he came to the Forbidden Continent's sea area. At this time, the mahjong game here was still going on. Seeing Yang Dingtian flying over, Wu Yu showed a happy expression and said, "Is everything done?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, everything is done." Wu Yu let out a long sigh of relief and said, "God, we finally don't have to play mahjong on the sea day and night." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. "Isn't mahjong your favorite thing?" Then Yang Dingtian said, "The Silver Dragon Temple, the Little Western Paradise Council, and the 9 tribes have organized a saint-level expeditionary force to completely eliminate all the remnants of the evil ways and pursue the Demon King Wentian." Wu Yu said, "Then you don't even have a single saint-level subordinate? So I'd better follow you." Yang Dingtian said, "I have 21 saint-level subordinates." Wu Yu was stunned. "Who?" Yang Dingtian said, "Dark Wanderers, the leader, is your father." Wu Yu showed a strange smile on his face. Then Yang Dingtian looked at the mermaid Queen Violets and saw her slightly bulging belly. He said, "You're pregnant, so don't go." Violets said, "If your saint-level expeditionary force's goal is only the land or other places, it doesn't matter if I don't go. But if you want to go to the bottom of the sea, You can't do without me." Then she touched her belly and said, "As for the child in my belly, don't worry. You also know how strong the child in my belly is. I can only say that unless I die, the child will be fine. This is fundamentally different from how fragile you humans are when you're pregnant." Then Violet said, "Even if I die, the child will live." Yang Dingtian thought for a while. If the demon king Wen Tian went to the vast underwater world, then the queen of the mermaid empire might be there as well. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then he said to Yao Zi, Bolu, Alwen, and Alwu, "The Fox clan and the human nations will have a lot of interactions. We will have to face the calamity of this world together. Therefore, the gates to the human nations must be kept open. Because of the friendship between Little Western Paradise and the human kingdom, both of us can trust you. Therefore, in the future, the door to the human kingdom will be handed over to you." "Yes." Bo Lu said, "I am very honored to undertake this mission." Yao Zi curled her lips and said, "Just guarding this door seems a little boring. Can we play mahjong?" Yang Dingtian said, "Bolu Awen Wu and Yao Li don't like to fight." Yao Zi said, "That's so boring. Can I not accept this mission?" When she said this, Bo Lu's eyebrows twitched. He was very honored to accept this mission and be able to guard such an important place. However, Yao Zi was his master. He couldn't say anything. Yang Dingtian said, "If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a group of Fox clan members with lower cultivation who will enter the human nations to live. They will have to adapt to the environment here in advance. Some of you may be sent to this area." "That's good, as long as it's lively," Yao Zi said with relief. When Bo Lu heard that Little Western Paradise was going to have some immigrants to the human nations, his heart skipped a beat, because this meant a huge problem. However, he couldn't open his mouth to ask. Little Western Paradise would be destroyed by Little Nirvana in the future. Currently, the level of confidentiality was very high. Even some of the 9 clan chiefs didn't have the right to know. Yang Dingtian obviously wouldn't tell Bo Lu. He just went up and patted him on the shoulder. "In half an hour, enter the Skull Hall to take us out," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, Sect Master," Bo Lu said loudly. Then, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu entered the Skull Hall together. At this time, close to 90 Saint class experts were already sitting cross-legged in the Skull Hall, waiting quietly. After Yang Dingtian entered, he said to Neru and President Su Yan, "We will enter the human nations in 1 hour." "Okay," Neru nodded. The Saint class experts in the Skull Hall were divided into 4 camps. President Su Yan led the Silver Dragon Temple camp. Demon Li II led the 9 clans camp. President Neru led the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall camp. And the Dark Wander camp, which was currently without a leader. Mi Zhu, who was supposed to be the leader, didn't sit on the leader's seat for some reason. Instead, he sat in the middle of the Dark Wanderers, leaving the leader's seat empty. Yang Dingtian was startled. Subsequently, he brought Wu Yu forward and pointed at Mi Zhu. "This is Mr. Mi Zhu." Wu Yu went up and stood in front of Mi Zhu. Mi Zhu stood up, breathing nervously. He didn't know what to do. It was very unnatural. "You are my father?" Wu Yu asked with a smile. Mi Zhu answered stiffly. Wu Yu looked at him from head to toe. Even the world went up and lifted his cloak, revealing his face. Mi Zhu hadn't shown his face for hundreds of years. When the light shone on him and he was seen, he was instantly shocked. His eyes narrowed. Yang Dingtian realized that his face had changed greatly. He was from the silent race. His face was very different from humans. Now, the difference was even bigger. It was very, very white without any color of blood. Even his eyes didn't look like those of the silent race. They were deeper, and his face was longer. It was similar to Yang Dingtian's face when he transformed into the silent race and was forced to swallow the dark matter and transform into the silver dragon. Of course, the features of Mi Zhu's silver dragon face were very subtle. It wasn't like Yang Dingtian's transformation, which was completely shocking. You were very stupid before, but now you look pretty cool. Wu Yu said, according to my understanding of some novel plots, once a person falls, there is only one path. What? Mi Zhu said hoarsely. Wu Yu said, walk through this path of depravity and see what's below. Mi Zhu couldn't help but be stunned. Even everyone present was stunned. Wu Yu's way of thinking was really different from others. Mi Zhu was stunned. Then he smiled and said, as your father, perhaps I don't have to feel inferior. I just feel a little ashamed. But I will remember your words. Wu Yu nodded. Then he pulled Yang Dingtian and sat down in the leader's seat of the dark wanderer camp. Now, your momentum is very strong, Wu Yu said with a smile. At this time, the door of the skull hall suddenly opened. Bo Lu's figure flew in from the outside. Yang Dingtian didn't need to say anything. More than 90 saint-level experts in the skull hall instantly turned into flowing light and flew out of the skull hall, entering the human kingdom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yao Zi and the others instantly saw an incomparably beautiful scene. One saint-level expert after another flew out of the skull hall like shooting stars. In the end, they floated in the air and formed 4 camps. Demon Fox Grand Priest and Demon Pure Grand Priest flew in front of President Su Yan and said, Demon Fox, Demon Pure Grand Priest request to join the team. President Su Yan smiled and said, welcome back. Then the 2 saint-level Grand Priests of the Silver Dragon Temple joined the team. Yang Dingtian brought Mermaid Queen Violets to President Su Yan and said, this is the president of the Silver Dragon Temple Grand Priest Association in Little Western Paradise, Sir Su Yan. Violets bowed and said, greetings, Sir Su Yan. President Su Yan bowed deeply and said even more respectfully, greetings, Your Majesty. This was because the Mermaid Queen was the highest leader of the mermaid race. She had lived for a long time. This is Demon Fox Clan leader Silver Moon. Demon Fox Clan leader Yao Li from Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian introduced. Violets bowed and said, Demon Fox Clan leader. Yao Li bowed and said, greetings, Your Majesty. In the future alliance of the 3 races, the underwater mermaid race would play a very important role. Because they occupied the ocean, they couldn't go on land and had no desire for land. Therefore, the underwater mermaid empire would become the natural boundary and buffer between the Demon Fox Clan and the human countries. It would become the natural protection of the human countries. Of course, this was far from enough. After the greeting, Violets naturally came to Yang Dingtian's side and floated to his right. Yang Dingtian said to Yao Zi, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu, then, I'll leave the gate to the human countries to you. Yes. Yao Zi and the others bowed solemnly. Yang Dingtian said to Su Yan and Neru, then, shall we set off now to eliminate the remaining remnants of the Empire of Darkness? Okay, the 3 said. Let's go. Yang Dingtian ordered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, more than 90 saint-level experts turned into streams of light again and flew toward the Empire of Darkness. This was probably the most magnificent formation and the most powerful martial arts army in history. This army flew toward the northeast at a speed of 4 to 5,000 miles per hour. Soon, they entered the human countries. Before they entered the human countries, they were met by the patrol army of the Council of Light. Then, a demon eagle army intercepted them in front. Immediately after, when they saw Yang Dingtian's face, this Devil Eagle Legion bowed in unison and immediately gave way to him. Bam, bam, bam. Then this Demon Eagle army sent out a series of signal flares in the air. At the same time, the signal flares spread out in all directions. Then, in the entire airspace, they did not encounter any more interception from the Council of Light's army. The people on the ground looked up by chance and saw a series of meteors flying across the sky. They were pleasantly surprised. A few hours later, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army, led by the few leaders, flew to the sky above the Empire of Darkness. Chairman Nero, please set up defenses above. President Su Yen, clan leader Yao Li, and I will lead the team into the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Nero said. Then dozens of saint-level experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall spread out and formed an energy formation that covered the sky above the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian took out the eye of the primeval Naga and led 70 saint-level experts into the Empire of Darkness for the final extermination. Chapter 1086. With the melting of the primeval Naga's eye, the 70 saint-level powerhouses easily entered the Empire of Darkness. The saint-level powerhouses of the Silver Dragon Temple and the 9 tribes, as well as the Dark Wanderers, were far more powerful than humans in terms of martial arts and had seen countless things. However, they were still completely stunned by the scene before them. First of all, after passing through thousands of miles of dark matter, there was actually such a huge space inside. Then, countless huge dark castles floated in the air. Each dark castle was completely a huge city. Powerful energy ropes connected all the dark castles and finally connected them to the Skirich imperial capital. The Skirich imperial capital was at the top of the sky and at the bottom of the earth. Even President Su Yen, the founder of the Little Western Paradise civilization, had never seen such a huge scene before. Then they saw the surviving dark giant dragons, dark vile dragons, and countless war beasts in the dark castles. This was despite the fact that less than 1/10 of the Armageddon Legion remained. However, when the Saint-level expeditionary army charged into the Empire of Darkness, countless dark giant dragons and dark vile dragons still charged over crazily. They were densely packed and blotted out the sky. Seeing the scene, President Su Yen suddenly said, "Was the Legion of Doom 10 times the size of this back then?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. President Su Yen turned to Yao Li and said, "Your Excellency Yao Li, if this Legion of Doom from the Empire of Darkness enters the Little Western Paradise, what will the consequences be?" Yao Li looked at the thousands of dark vile dragons, hundreds of dark giant dragons, and tens of millions of different types of Legion of Doom, although he really wanted to say that he could easily destroy them. However, he knew that this terrifying force was not something that could be destroyed by martial arts. The Little Western Paradise is powerless to resist this World Extermination Legion. Although half-sages and saint-level experts can escape, the Little Western Paradise is powerless. Although saint-level powerhouses and saint-level powerhouses can escape, it can't stop the entire Little Western Paradise from falling. Yao Li too said. President Su Yen said, "However, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian destroyed the Legion of Doom 10 times the size by himself." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned pale with fright. Yang Dingtian said, "No, this is not my ability. I borrowed the power of the ancient demigod Naga royalty." President Su Yen said, "His Excellency Yang Dingtian used the highest martial arts wisdom of the divine realm to transform the power of the Naga royalty into a power that he could control and destroy the Legion of Doom." Moreover, before Yang Dingtian grasped the Naga royalty sword soul, the human kingdom had already defeated the Legion of Doom with their own strength, almost wiping out the entire Legion of Doom. And that Legion of Doom is no smaller than this one. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li II said, "The human countries are so weak. They only have 2 saint-class allies. How can they defeat this powerful Legion of Doom?" President Su Yen said, "They used the crystal civilization." Then President Su Yen pointed at a giant dark dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long and said, "This is an energy creature. It has no so-called vital points. If you want to kill them, you have to destroy their energy core. Then, with your Excellency Li's cultivation, how many can you destroy when your celestial chi is exhausted?" Li II thought for a while and said, "Probably not even one. However, as long as we have enough time to recover our celestial chi, we can destroy them all, because they can't do any harm to us." President Su Yen said, When your celestial chi recovers again and again, the little Western paradise has already fallen, and the human countries only used a super powerful crystal bomb to destroy this terrifying giant dark dragon. Is that so, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian? Yes, Your Excellency Su Yan, Yang Dingtian said. Su Yan said to Li II, so don't look down on humans. We are just the nouveau riche of energy. They are the eternal intelligent race. In fact, they are our direction of advancement. Don't let us underestimate your intelligence. Otherwise, you will become an obstacle to the eternal path of civilization in the little Western paradise in the future. Li II's face turned green, and he said awkwardly, I understand, Your Excellency Su Yan. At this moment, the surviving Legion of Doom of the Empire of Darkness was getting closer and closer. It was dark and dense, occupying thousands of miles of space. Compared to it, the 70 saint-level powerhouses were as insignificant as dust. President Su Yan said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, use your methods and let the Demon Fox clan see a true miracle. Yang Dingtian, yes. Then he directly used his mind to use the soul sword. Whoosh! Immediately, a soul sword close to the Emperor Grade flew out. In the air, it turned into an incomparably huge sword shadow. Then it instantly split into thousands and tens of thousands of huge soul swords. Each of them was as if they were real. 10,000 swords attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless Naga royalty sword souls shot out, and the entire Empire of Darkness suddenly lit up with a golden light. Swish! Wherever the sword souls passed, wherever the sword souls passed, wherever the sword souls passed. Countless Legion of Doom, like snow meeting the scorching sun, instantly turned into ashes. Whether it was the World Destruction Barbarian Army, the huge Dark Dragon, or the lightning-fast Dark Evil Dragon, all of them were shattered and directly disappeared into the darkness. Seeing this scene, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army experts were almost suffocating. This was really an unprecedentedly gorgeous scene. Even in their minds, they couldn't imagine such a resplendent and gorgeous scene. The light dissipated. The Legion of Doom had completely disappeared without a trace. They were completely wiped out. President Su Yan said to Li II, although humans' own energy is limited, they can borrow almost infinite power from other things. This is wisdom, and wisdom is eternal power. Li II's face was red, and he bowed and said, I've learned something, ancestor. Su Yan said, Therefore, although our saint-level expeditionary army's lineup is incomparably powerful, however, the next battle against the Demon King Wen Tian will be very difficult. Everyone be mentally prepared, and even be prepared to sacrifice yourselves, because the Demon King Wen Tian once ruled the entire Empire of Darkness for 200 years. After eliminating the surviving Legion of Doom, the saint-level expeditionary army flew toward the Skirich imperial capital like lightning. At this moment, the throne of darkness was completely empty. All the evil spirit warriors and all the subjects of the Empire of Darkness were in the celestial palace of the Skirich imperial capital. At this moment, this group of people had completely fallen into fear and shock. Whoosh, 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 the saint-level expeditionary army charged in. But as expected, they were all repelled by the energy wall. The 70 saint-level experts attacked in unison, shooting out sword beams to break through this energy wall. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, dozens of the most powerful saint-level energy beams bombarded the energy wall of the celestial palace. 15 minutes, it didn't move at all. The energy wall of the celestial palace was even more astonishing than the energy wall of the silver dragon temple's hell prison. Not to mention dozens of saint-level experts attacking at the same time. Even if there were hundreds of them, it would still be useless. This was because the Skirich imperial capital was constantly providing powerful energy to the energy wall. Su Yan said, Stop, it's useless. This energy wall can't be broken. Yao Li said, "Then are we just going to work for nothing?" Yang Dingtian said, "No, please wait for me for a moment. I'll go turn off the energy of the entire Skirich imperial capital." Yao Li looked up at the Skirich imperial capital. This energy was completely earth-shattering. How could a mere human like Yang Dingtian turn it off? Yang Dingtian didn't answer him. Instead, he rode a near-emperor-grade soul, soared, and flew out of the Empire of Darkness like lightning. Less than 2 hours later, rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed throughout the entire Empire of Darkness. The Skirich imperial capital shook violently. Then, all the light was extinguished, and all the energy supply stopped. The indestructible energy wall was directly opened. Yang Dingtian actually did it. He really could turn off the energy of the Empire of Darkness. This was simply too shocking. After the shock, dozens of saint-level experts rushed into the Skirich Palace like lightning. The evil spirit warriors and citizens of the Empire of Darkness inside fled frantically. However, even if there were thousands of them, it was completely impossible for them to escape from the hands of dozens of saint-level experts. The huge energy barrier formed by dozens of saint-level experts easily locked onto every remaining member of the evil ways. Wu Yu personally entered the crowd of citizens of the Empire of Darkness and said to Dugu Shao, "Your son-in-law Yang Dingtian is bringing you back to reunite." Dugu Shao smiled helplessly and said, "Oh." The remaining members of the evil ways were all captured. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian and dozens of saint-level experts escorted thousands of evil spirit warriors and citizens of the Empire of Darkness and flew out of the Empire of Darkness. From then on, the entire Darkness Empire was empty without a single soul. As a powerful organization, the evil ways could basically be declared completely destroyed. Now there was only Demon King Wen Tian left, a lone commander. When escorting thousands of evil ways out of the Empire of Darkness, Demon Li suddenly asked Yang Dingtian, "Your Excellency, can you destroy this Empire of Darkness?" Yang Dingtian, "Yes." Demon Li said, "Then why not?" Yang Dingtian, "The existence of this Empire of Darkness happens to be able to balance out the expansion of the torn space. If the Empire of Darkness is destroyed, the torn space will rapidly expand, and the destruction of the little Western paradise will be accelerated countless times." Demon Li's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the existence of this Empire of Darkness to be able to protect the little Western paradise. With such a large number of evil spirit warriors and citizens of the Empire of Darkness, they could not be imprisoned in the human countries. They had to be imprisoned in the little Western paradise. Then they would make a specific list and let the Council of Light judge them one by one. Those who should be sentenced to death would be executed, and those who should be imprisoned would be imprisoned. Once again, they returned to the Forbidden Continent's sea region. Every evil spirit warrior and citizen of the Empire of Darkness were completely knocked out and thrown into the Skull Hall. Inside, there were more than a dozen saint-level experts who took over these unconscious remnants of the evil ways. Then they were all captured and imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Next, the saint-level expeditionary army was going to hunt down the Demon King, Wen Tian. But before that, there was still a small matter, and that was to capture the Dishibian. Yang Dingtian led more than a dozen saint-level experts and flew toward the first dark territory. Chapter 1087. Capturing Dishibian was not easy. It was even more difficult than capturing Queen Devil Queen. Not only did she have an evil spirit avatar, but she could also eject her soul. But with more than a dozen saint-level experts and a mobile crystal energy prison, capturing Dishibian would not be difficult as long as she was in the first dark domain. From the testimony of the Empire of Darkness evil spirit warriors, Dishibian had indeed left with Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian released the void-rending fire and entered the first dark domain with more than a dozen saint-level experts. Then he immediately released the countless wraiths of the million-spirit demon fire and began to search every corner. The entire first dark domain spanned thousands of miles. It would probably take a long time to search every inch of it. Yang Dingtian searched along the way as he flew towards the place where the void fissure had appeared. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian arrived at the place where the void fissure had appeared. However, this place was empty, and there was no trace of Dishibian. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to search forward. Every time, he searched a circular area of 100 miles. Just like that, he went deeper and deeper. 2,000 miles, 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles. After more than a dozen hours, Yang Dingtian had already searched the end of the first dark domain. 100 miles ahead was the border of the abyss. It was the border of the abyss that led to the second dark domain. Of course, he had only searched less than 1/10 of the first dark domain. Yang Dingtian felt energy fluctuations. Of course, he was not particularly excited, because he had experienced many energy fluctuations along the way, and they were all from elemental creatures in the first dark domain. With the fastest speed, Yang Dingtian and the others flew to the northern end of the first dark domain. There was a long abyss border here. A beautiful snow-white figure stood in the abyss. It was Dishibian. She was standing at the abyss border. It seemed very easy to find her. If she insisted on playing hide-and-seek with Yang Dingtian and the others, it would be very difficult to catch her in the vast first dark realm. Seeing Yang Dingtian, Dishibian was only slightly surprised, and then said, "Li Ming's intuition is indeed correct." Yang Dingtian and a dozen of the Saint-class experts immediately formed a fan shape and surrounded them. "Is Li Ming dead?" Dishibian suddenly asked. "Dead," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, she's dead," Dishibian said, but she didn't ask if the Devil Queen was dead. Yang Dingtian and the others slowly approached. "Yang Dingtian, if I don't want to, you won't be able to catch me." Suddenly, Dishibian said, "I just need to jump down. You probably don't want to see Dishibian die, right?" Yang Dingtian trembled and slowed down. Dishibian continued, "But she has the netherworld ghost fire, so she's truly immortal. I don't know if she'll die if she jumps into the abyss border." Yang Dingtian didn't dare to make this bet. Although the netherworld ghost fire was powerful, the abyss border was something that could devour the entire chaotic world. If it could even kill evil spirits, the netherworld ghost fire wouldn't be a problem. "You don't want Dishibian to die, right?" Dishibian suddenly said. Yang Dingtian said, "Of course." Then Yang Dingtian raised his guard, afraid that she would propose some excessive condition. In the end, she smiled slightly and said, "I don't want Dishibian to die either. If she doesn't die, I won't be killed. So, I'm safer than the Devil Queen. I'll surrender." Then she raised her hand, indicating that she wouldn't resist. More than a dozen saint-level experts stepped forward and formed a powerful energy prison, trapping Dishibian. Then Yang Dingtian and the others captured Dishibian and left the first dark realm, returning to the human world. 20 hours later, first-grade evil spirit Dishibian was escorted to the hell prison of Mount Buzhou. From then on, the entire evil ways, except for the Demon King Wentian, was completely captured. Then, the Council of Light entered a very busy process. They wanted to convict all evil spirit warriors and all members of the evil ways. The members of the Council of Light proposed that all evil spirit warriors of the Empire of Darkness should be executed, not leaving a single one alive. Moreover, this proposal was approved by most people. Only Yang Dingtian objected. Of course, his objection wasn't because he was indecisive. It was because there was a spy hidden among this group of evil spirit warriors. To be precise, this spy had already helped Yang Dingtian before he became an evil spirit warrior. For example, when Yang Dingtian was injured and went to the Nether Sea to recuperate, The spy had once passed the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to Yin Yin. After that, he had passed on important information to Yang Dingtian 3 times. The last time was about Dishibian being captured by a first-grade evil spirit. But the key was that Yang Dingtian didn't know who this person was. Of course, he suspected 4 people. One was Lung Ao, one was Yang Zheng, one was Shimanju, and one was Qiu Ruhan. Now Lung Ao was dead and he was executed as a spy. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he highly suspected that it was Shimanju. However, Shimanju had almost killed him before. But as long as this spy existed among the evil spirit warriors, Yang Dingtian couldn't kill all the evil spirit warriors. Yang Dingtian found Qin Wanchou alone and said, "Marshal Uncle Qin, we have a spy among the evil spirit warriors. Could she be your wife, Qiu Ruhan?" Qin Wanchou frowned and shook his head. "Impossible. He has no motive. He really hates me to the core." Following that, Qin Wanchou said, "Sect Master, this spy should be in contact with you. Logically speaking, he exists because of you, so he should be someone close to you." Yang Dingtian shook his head. "I have never sent any spies in evil ways." Qin Wanchou asked, "Then who could it be?" Yang Dingtian, "Then I really don't know." Qin Wanchou said, "Although he hid very well, he didn't play much of a role in the Council of Light. It can be seen that this spy's position isn't very high." Yang Dingtian, "And it's very strange. He doesn't have any reason to be loyal to me. Then, what's the reason for him to remain unchanging when the evil ways are at their peak? I really don't know who sent this spy and whose orders he follows." Qin Wanchou said, "Now the evil ways are almost completely wiped out. Only the Demon King, Wen Tian, is left. He should also reveal his identity. Otherwise, only death awaits him." Yang Dingtian nodded. "After Lung Ao's death, I now suspect 3 people: Yang Zheng, Shimanju, and Qiu Ruhan. I will talk to them alone and hope to find this person. But as long as we don't find him, we can't kill the evil spirit warriors." Qin Wanchou nodded. In Little Western Paradise, in a single room, Yang Dingtian met Yang Zheng. Of course, to be precise, he was no longer Yang Zheng. His soul was that of Yang Zheng's father, Yang Yunchong. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he was stunned and sneered. "Yang Dingtian, do you have such a bad taste? You've already won a great victory and are the ruler of the human countries. I'm just a small character who wants to take over Cloud Sky City. Before you die, do you still want to laugh at me?" His emotions were extremely complicated. For 2 generations, in order to take back Cloud Sky City, he had betrayed Fright and suffered all kinds of hardships just to take back Cloud Sky City from the hands of Shiman Wuya and Yang Dingtian. But Yang Dingtian had already become the ruler of the human countries. To him, Cloud Sky City was not even a sesame seed. This was the saddest thing in the world. You treated someone as a great enemy, but in the other party's eyes, you were not even an ant. Yang Dingtian said, "Yang Yichen is almost 9 years old. He's very talented, and I like him very much. He's my adopted son now, and might be my son-in-law in the future. That was because he and Yang Qin were childhood sweethearts. In the future, he will inherit all the territories north of the Sunset Mountains and south of the Poison Strait. Of course, he will also inherit half of the chaotic lands." When he said this, Yang Zheng's face twisted. The father and son had sold their souls. They had been tormented for their entire lives, neither human nor ghost, just to take back Cloud Heaven City. In the end, their descendant, Yang Yichen, obtained everything without any effort and even doubled the territory. This was really ironic. Yang Zheng smiled miserably and said, Then I should say that I can die in peace." Yang Dingtian said, "You know that I have a spy among the evil spirit warriors. Do you know who it is?" Yang Zheng shook his head and said, "I don't know. Isn't it Lung Ao? He has already been executed by the Devil Queen." Yang Dingtian said, "Is it really not you? If it's you, you won't have to die. If it's you, you can reunite with your son and even enter the upper echelons of the Council of Light and control Cloud Sky City and the chaotic lands. Yang Zheng smiled bitterly and said, "If I say it's me, how can I prove it?" Yang Dingtian said, "That day the spy secretly reported to me that Dishi Bian had been captured by a first-class evil spirit. How did he secretly pass this information to me in the Empire of Darkness?" Yang Zheng smiled miserably and waved his hand, saying, "I want to admit that it's me, but I can't answer. I can't claim it." Yang Dingtian nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Send him back to his cell and use energy to destroy his memory." Yes. Two half-saints stepped forward and took Yang Zheng away. The second person Yang Dingtian met was Shimin Ju. After seeing Yang Dingtian, he carefully looked at Yang Dingtian for a while before lowering his head and saying nothing. This person had been going against Yang Dingtian since he was still a novice martial artist. After that, he didn't know how many masters he had submitted to. Every time he submitted to a master, that master would be finished. Therefore, this person was even more ominous than Luma. From Qin Shaobai to Yang Yan to Qin Chichi to Ning Wuming to Zhu Qingzhu to the Vulture Palace to Wu Yuming to Li Ming. From start to finish, he had changed masters nearly 10 times. Yang Dingtian said, "Shimin Ju, what do you want to say the most now?" Shimin Ju raised his head and looked into Yang Dingtian's eyes, saying, "Everything is not over yet. Don't think that you have won. The Demon King, Wen Tian, will send you to hell. It's too early for you to celebrate your victory in front of me now. You are too impatient." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "There's one of my spies among the evil martial artists. Previously, in the Empire of Darkness, he secretly passed on the information of Dishi Bian's demonization to me. Do you know who this spy is?" Shimin Ju sneered, "Isn't it Lang Ao? He has already been executed." Yang Dingtian said, "But I suspect that the spy is you. If it is you, not only will you not die, but you will also have made great contributions and will be put in an important position by the Council of Light." Shimin Ju spread out his hands and said, "All right, I admit it. That is me." Yang Dingtian said, "Then tell me, what method did you use to pass on this information?" Shimin Ju thought hard for a while and shook his head without saying anything. Then he suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, I know that after a cat catches a mouse, it will not immediately bite it to death and eat it. It will play with it for a while. If you have played enough, then give me a quick death. Otherwise, you might as well not kill me and let me see His Majesty Demon King return with my own eyes and send you to hell." Yang Dingtian nodded and waved his hand. 2 half-sage experts took him away and used energy violence to destroy this memory. At this moment, Demon Rage 2 came in and said, "Why don't you use a psychic warlock to read the memory directly?" Yang Dingtian said, "First of all, the memory is complicated, and it is very difficult to find the relevant memory. The most important thing is that each of them has evil spirit energy. Anyone who enters their brain will be contaminated by the evil spirit energy. Not only will they not get the real information, but they may even be captured by the evil spirit. Therefore, we can't take this huge risk." Demon Rage 2 said, "It's really strange. Now you have a complete victory. That spy has lost the meaning of continuing to hide. Why didn't he take the initiative to expose himself and become a meritorious subject instead of continuing to hide?" Yang Dingtian shook his head, expressing his confusion. Next, Yang Dingtian saw the last person. It was still the beautiful Qiu Ruhan. However, even with a second-grade evil spirit, Qiu Ruhan looked extremely haggard and pale. Even her big, beautiful eyes were bloodshot. She was suffering from the double torture of thoughts and energy desire. Originally, according to her thoughts, after possessing a second-grade evil spirit, her cultivation would soar. Then, after the Doomsday War broke out, the Empire of Darkness would easily defeat the Council of Light. High-level evil spirit martial artists like her would become the Demon King Wen Tian's arms to rule the world. And the Devil Queen had indeed mentioned it to her. After the Doomsday War, the Autumn Water Sword Sect's territory and half of the Northwest Qin City's territory would all be handed over to Qiu Ruhan to rule. Therefore, Qiu Ruhan had always imagined that one day her husband, Qin Wanchou, would kneel in front of her and beg for her forgiveness. Then, Qiu Ruhan would step on Qin Wanchou and Qin Huayu's heads and tell Qin Wanchou that he was blind before and whether he regretted it now. After Qin Wanchou expressed his regret, she would generously continue to let Qin Wanchou be her boy toy. Then, the two of them would still be a couple. However, the relationship would be reversed, and she would become the master. But as the evil ways failed again and again, her beautiful dream was shattered. In the end, most of the time, she was imprisoned in the Empire of Darkness like the other evil spirit martial artists, unable to see the light of day or hope. Moreover, the devouring desire of the second-grade evil spirits tortured them crazily, but they could not be satisfied. Therefore, the current Qiu Ruhan really felt like death was better than living. When she saw Yang Dingtian again, she first revealed a bone-deep hatred. Then her knees went soft, and she could no longer hold it in and knelt down. "Sect Master Yang, I was wrong, let me go, let me go!" Then she hugged Yang Dingtian's legs and cried loudly, "Seeing that I'm Qin Wanchou's wife, let me go. I'm willing to give up the evil ways. I'm willing to start over with him. I'm willing to be his slave. Don't kill me." Yang Dingtian's legs were hugged by her. He originally wanted to ask if she was the spy, but now there was no need to ask. She was definitely not. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not ask anything and directly waved his hand. Immediately, two half-saints came over and took her away. Qiu Ruhan seemed to have gone crazy. She hugged Yang Dingtian's legs with all her might and said hoarsely, "Sect Master Yang, don't kill me, don't kill me. I beg you, for Qin Wanchou's sake. Please tell him that I'm willing to be his slave. I was wrong, I was wrong. Don't kill me." She thought that she was going to be taken away to be executed. Next, Yang Dingtian gave a questionnaire to every evil spirit martial artist and asked them to fill it out, trying to find the spy. However, he still did not find anything, although more than 1,000 people desperately admitted that they were the spy. However, not a single one of them got it right. Therefore, he spent a lot of crystal energy to violently erase this memory in their minds. The operation to find the spy came to an end for the time being. It seemed that the other party was still not prepared to expose his identity, even if he was about to be executed. Yang Dingtian was really puzzled. Now that they had clearly won a great victory, why did the spy still not appear? It was meaningless for him to hide like this. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be executed collectively. Once he appeared, he would be a great contributor. Not only would he be able to live, but he would also be given important responsibilities. Having evil spirit energy in his body was not a problem at all. Yang Dingtian's wife, Wu Maji, had a third-grade evil spirit. Even Yang Dingtian had a second-grade evil spirit by his side. It was really a strange puzzle. Yang Dingtian was also very curious about who sent this spy. In short, it was not him, Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this batch of evil spirit martial artists was not killed for the time being. Of course, it would take a long time for these thousands of evil spirit martial artists to be judged one by one. The most important thing now was to completely eliminate the Demon King, Wen Tian. 3 days after Dishibian was captured, the leader and important members of the Saint-level expeditionary force once again held a meeting. This meeting only had one topic. Where exactly was the Demon King Wen Tian, and where should they go to hunt down the Demon King Wen Tian? Where was the destination of the expedition? Although many people expressed their opinions, in the end, the mermaid Queen Violet's opinion was final. At the bottom of the sea. To the bottom of the sea. This was because her thinking was closest to the Naga Dugashuang. The reason she gave was very simple. When the Naga Dugashuang transformed, she would be filled with uneasiness, so she would instinctively look for the safest place. Therefore, she would go to the old Naga Empire, or at the very least the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Once she figured this out, Queen Poisa would go to the bottom of the sea to find the Naga Shuang, and the Demon King, Wentian, would most likely go there too. Therefore, the Saint-level expeditionary force decided to go to the bottom of the sea to hunt down the Demon King Wentian and find the Naga Shuang. Chapter 1088. After deciding on the destination, the Saint-level expeditionary army decided to head to the Southeast Sea with the 3 ancient underwater beasts 3 days later. In these 3 days, both President Su Yan and Chairman Nehru had to deal with relevant matters. Evil ways had been wiped out in one fell swoop, and Yang Dingtian's family could finally leave the Netherworld Sea and return to Cloud Sky City. After almost half a year, Yang Dingtian could finally be with his wife and children, and Shura Vulture finally got her wish. She could appear in front of everyone as Yang Dingtian's wife. When Yan Yan, Wu Maji, Ning Ro, and the other girls, as well as Yang Dingtian's children, returned to Cloud Sky City, Vulture prepared for a few days and appeared in her best form. She had even prepared gifts for each child. She also prepared gifts for Yan Yan, Maji, Qin Jiao Jiao, and the other sisters. However, she obviously worried too much because she was welcomed by the children at the first moment. Because she was a Shura, her feet were different from humans, and she could even grow a pair of mighty wings. This image was very cool and immediately attracted the attention of all the children. As for Yang Dingtian, he played with the children for the entire day. Then he played with his wives for the entire night. Although there were still 2 days, Yang Dingtian still had one thing to do, and that was to liberate Wolingzi. Previously, he was worried that Queen Devil Queen would use Prince Li Ming's life as a bargaining chip in exchange for Wolingzi's freedom. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not mention this matter at all and directly killed Li Ming. This was because, although Wolingzi's freedom was important, getting rid of Li Ming was even more important. Yang Dingtian was still unwilling to make a trade on this matter. Before daybreak, Yang Dingtian had already stood up. The first one to wake up was none other than Vulture. Her first reaction was to grab Yang Dingtian and whisper, "Husband, are you leaving?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Last night, among all the women, she was the most active one. Even though they didn't spend a lot of time together, they touched and kissed, helped this and that, and even kicked up a fuss. They never stopped from beginning to end. This was how she integrated into the big family. The Demon King Wentian's expedition. Do you want me to go as well? Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Vulture said, "We have so many saint-level powerhouses. How could we be afraid of a mere the Demon King, Wentian?" Yang Dingtian, "Okay, then we'll discuss this when I come back from the Little Western Paradise." In this saint-level expeditionary army, except for Yang Dingtian, everyone's cultivation was above the saint level. Vulture only had half of her body, but considering her uniqueness, she was a heaven-defying celestial spirit master, so she might have a special effect in this battle. Therefore, there were people who proposed to let her join the expeditionary army, but in the end it wasn't decided. "Husband, I want to go." Vulture said, "I have to contribute more or less, or I won't have enough confidence. This is the last battle. If I don't seize the time, it will be too late. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head among the sisters." Yang Dingtian was speechless. So this was her idea. He patted her back, indicating that he understood. Then Yang Dingtian got up, took a bath, and changed his clothes. Then he flew back to the Little Western Paradise as fast as he could. With the speed of the demonic spirit Mist Cloak, 16 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the Hell Prison on Mount Bujo. After gathering for energy keys, Yang Dingtian entered the depths of the Hell Prison. At this time, there were only 3 people imprisoned in the entire Hell Prison: Queen Devil Queen, Dishibian, and Wolingzi. "Sect Master Su Wu, I'm here to discuss something with you." Yang Dingtian, "I've already imprisoned all the evil spirit warriors, and Dishibian's first-class evil spirit should still have some second-class evil spirits that haven't been separated. So, I want to strip the first-class evil spirit from Wolingzi's body and replace it with a second-class or third-class evil spirit to release his soul." What do you think? Queen Devil Queen looked at Yang Dingtian, sneered, and said, Li Ming is already dead. Yang Dingtian understood what she meant. She was mocking Yang Dingtian for proposing such a condition after killing Li Ming. It was really ridiculous. What conditions do you have? As long as it's reasonable and within my ability, I can raise them. Yang Dingtian, as long as you agree to release Wulingzi's soul. Queen Devil Queen looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. First, it was full of ridicule. Then it gradually faded away. She shook her head and said, Impossible. Yang Dingtian, don't waste time. Yang Dingtian, stripping a first-class evil spirit and replacing it with a second-class or a third-class evil spirit is a very simple matter. Queen Devil Queen said, Wulingzi's sea of qi and xian veins can't support the energy of a saint-level cultivation. So, as long as the evil spirit leaves the body, it will instantly turn to ashes. There won't even be enough time to replace a second-class evil spirit. Yang Dingtian, if it's done properly, it can be done in an instant. At the same time as stripping, immediately transplant a new first-class evil spirit. The time difference in the middle will not exceed 0. 1 second of Earth time. Queen Devil Queen said, Even if it's 10 times faster, it won't work. It will still turn to ashes. In this way, the road to saving Wulingzi could be considered completely cut off. Yang Dingtian, in that case, he has the netherworld ghost flame, so his soul can completely leave the scabbard. I will find a body that has completely lost consciousness. Then let his soul leave the scabbard and take over the body. Queen Devil Queen said, First-class evil spirits won't let his soul leave the scabbard. His first-class evil spirit will suppression has already been activated, unless it's on a complete evil spirit tree. And you also know that the other half of the evil spirit tree has already been taken away by your Naga. In this way, there was no hope at all. At least until there was a complete evil spirit tree. There was no hope. Yang Dingtian nodded and then left the hell prison. 3 days passed by quickly. It was time for the saint-level expeditionary force to set off. After the final discussion of the saint-level expeditionary force's leader, they decided to bring the celestial spirit Master Vulture. Although there shouldn't be any accidents if 90 martial saints were to eliminate the Demon King Wentian, if there were any unforeseen circumstances and the underwater world had a powerful energy, the spirit vulture would be able to play a huge role. Yen Yen nestled in Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly, When will we be back? Yang Dingtian, I don't know. If it's fast, we'll be back in 1 or 2 months. Yen Yen said, Then is this the last time? As long as we eliminate the Demon King Wentian, everything will be over. More or less. Yang Dingtian, that way I'll have a lot of time to accompany you guys. That's impossible, Yen Yen said. Even if we defeat the Demon King Wentian, you'll still have a lot of things to do. You'll still be as busy as before, but at least we don't have to be alarmed. Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth and said, That's right. After we eliminate Wentian, everything will be over. Yen Yen suddenly smiled and said, Yang Yi persuaded me and Sister Yao Rao this morning that you'll be back in 1 month and that we don't have to worry. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yang Yi was a descendant of a demigod. Since he said so, it was really an auspicious sign. Listen to your son. There's nothing wrong, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Then Vulture came forward and said fawningly, Sister, don't worry. I'll take good care of my husband. Yen Yen smiled and said, It's already good enough that you don't need your husband to take care of you. Then, under the reluctant gazes of Yen Yen and the children, more than 90 saints formed an expeditionary force and 3 ancient undersea owls set off from the fringe. They set off towards the southeast in pursuit of the Demon King Wentian. In the boundless sea, trying to find the Demon King Wentian was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, according to Queen Violet's analysis, they set their sights on the ruins of the old Naga Empire and the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. Yang Dingtian didn't know where the ruins of the old Naga Empire were, but he roughly knew the location of the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. This was because when he was traveling to and from the Ning clan of the South Sea, he had passed through the Devil's Sea and entered a city of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire, Undersea Maze City. Of course, the ancient Sea Serpent Empire was very, very, very large. It was more than 100,000 kilometers in size. But at least in the Devil's Sea, there were the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. Of course, the Undersea Maze City had been completely engulfed by the dark matter. Originally, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he didn't dare to enter the Devil's Sea. But now, with 3 ancient sea owls and 90 saints, they could force their way into the Devil's Sea. After 3 days and 3 nights, the expeditionary force finally arrived at the Devil's Sea, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. This place was still filled with towering waves. There was still a 100-mile-wide whirlpool. There was still a 1,000-mile-wide bolt of lightning. The Devil's Sea was still the Devil's Sea, but there was not a single ancient sea owls to be seen. Then, many skeletons were seen at the bottom of the sea. They were all skeletons of ancient sea owls. Violets judged that these skeletons were very powerful. The only one who could kill them was either the Naga Shuang or the Demon King, Wentian. So, everyone was very excited. They followed the skeletons. All the way south, 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 the trail of skeletons ended and was replaced by endless dark matter. They didn't know how long it was. In short, the whole world was filled with dark matter. However, this dark matter was currently in a stable state and didn't continue to engulf. It was separated from the entire seabed by a layer of nothingness. Along the boundless dark matter, they searched for tens of thousands of kilometers. Finally, a huge ancient gate appeared in front of everyone. Found it. This was the capital of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Inside were the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Chapter 1089. Mojing. Seeing the 2 words on the huge stone gate, all the members of the Saint-level expeditionary army could not help but feel excited. Although the search time was not very long, not more than 20 days. However, this was the underwater world. Especially in the latter half of the journey, almost all they could see was endless dark matter. It really made them feel numb and on the verge of collapse. Therefore, when the gate of Mojing appeared in front of them, they really felt a sense of joy. The 4 leaders of the Saint-level expeditionary army looked at each other and then nodded. Under the order, everyone entered the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's Mojing city. At this time, the Demon King Wentian was the only one in the palace hall of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Originally, Queen Hai-Xian and her last sea serpent tribe were also in the palace hall. However, a few days later, the Demon King Wentian found that she was completely useless, so he chased her out of the palace. Therefore, he had been sitting here quietly for a few months. Of course, he did not feel the passage of time at all, because in the past 200 years, he had spent most of his time sitting on the throne of darkness without moving. When he left the Empire of Darkness, the apocalyptic war had not yet begun. As the master of the evil ways, he directly handed the Empire of Darkness and the apocalyptic war to the Queen, Devil Queen. In the past few months, he had never even thought about winning or losing the great apocalypse war. He had almost forgotten about it, because there was only one thing in his mind. That was the Naga Shuang. He had never thought about the apocalyptic war, the battle between the Queen Devil Queen and Yang Dingtian. Of course, he already knew about the Empire of Darkness's Legion of Doom's defeat in the first apocalyptic war from Queen Hai-Xian. Yang Dingtian had obtained the Naga royalty sword soul, which just happened to counter the Legion of Doom. However, he was not worried about the battle between the evil ways and Yang Dingtian. Because of the evil ways and the Underworld Empire, Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely not just stand by and watch. He knew this very well. More importantly, Yongshi Wentian of Little Western Paradise had more than half of the demonic Fox clan's saint-level masters under his command. As long as the Dark Crack opened, the little Western paradise could be opened. When the time came, 40 saint-level experts would rush into the human nations. The higher-ups of the Council of Light would be annihilated overnight, and Yang Dingtian could only become a captive. Even if that was the case, the Queen Devil Queen would lose face. However, the Demon King Wen Tian did not care about this. He had already sat on the dark throne for 200 years. He no longer had any feelings for anyone, including Nihility Piaoling, who is now the Queen Devil Queen. In short, he was not worried about Yang Dingtian's destruction and capture. Therefore, to him, the most important thing was to stop the Naga Shuang and prevent her from entering the human nations to mate with Yang Dingtian. Once she and Yang Dingtian became one, everything would be over. However, a few months had passed. There was still no sign of the Naga Shuang. There were no energy fluctuations in the hall either. The ruins of the demon capital of the Sea Serpent Empire were completely dead. However, he did not care. He could keep waiting. In these few months, Queen Hai Xan led the last of the Naga clan to every corner of the ruins of the demon capital. She hoped to find something that could increase her energy. Demon cores, energy formations, special energy creatures, energy essences, and so on. However, reality disappointed her. She did not meet a single living being. All of them were sea serpents who had turned into stone. Of course, she found astronomical amounts of crystals, gold, and other priceless things. She even found things that could allow her to set up a powerful energy formation. However, all of this was meaningless. What she wanted was something that could allow her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. This involved energy and life. However, all of the life here had turned into stone. Therefore, she had gained countless things but nothing. Therefore, in these few months, she only had one thought. If these sea serpents who had turned into stone could be resurrected, how great would that be? In that case, she could build another hell demon formation and then put the resurrected sea serpent experts into the demon formation and crazily devour their energy. In this way, she could break through to the saint level at the fastest speed. One had to know that the cultivation of the warriors of the ancient sea serpent empire was definitely far superior to that of the Dongli grassland. Unfortunately, she could only fantasize. These sea serpent experts who had turned into stone could not be resurrected. As the days passed, her hope became dimmer and dimmer. She had to think about her future. A few months ago, her Naga empire was completely wiped out. She had completely become a huge joke. Therefore, she came to find the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire with infinite anger and unwillingness in her heart. At that time, she only had one thought, which was to become stronger and take back everything she had lost. Together with the Demon King Wen Tian, she would completely defeat Yang Dingtian. Becoming stronger and avenging the humiliation was her only thought. However, a few months had passed, and she could not see any hope. She could not help but start to think about her future. The best situation, of course, was that the Demon King Wen Tian successfully captured the Naga Shuang. Moreover, he would personally look for Queen Medusa and resurrect all the sea serpents. Then, the two of them would work together to defeat Yang Dingtian and divide the human countries. However, she could not help the Demon King Wen Tian find the Naga Shuang. Naturally, the cooperation between the two sides would be ruined. What should she do next? Queen Hai Xan could not see the way forward at all. Yang Dingtian's saint-level expeditionary army gradually went deep into the ruins of the demon capital. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. The scale of this city far exceeded any place in the human countries. The buildings of this city were magnificent, far beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. Yang Dingtian sighed deeply at the power of the ancient sea serpent empire as he looked at the magnificent buildings that were as tall as mountains. There were intricately carved houses everywhere. This was only a vassal of the Naga Empire. However, as they went deeper and deeper, they did not see any life. Apart from the houses, ruins, and countless fossils of the sea serpents, there were men and women and they were vivid and lifelike, as if their expressions had just frozen a second ago. They continued to go deeper and deeper. The 90 Saint-level Expeditionary Army formed an energy formation, fan-shaped, and continued to advance. Suddenly, the countless wraiths of Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon fire felt an energy fluctuation. "There's a force approaching from 100 miles northwest," Yang Dingtian said. President Su Yan said, "It's approaching us." "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. Then the Saint-level Expeditionary Army could directly go forward, or they could lie in ambush and wait for the force to barge in. In the end, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army decided to lie in ambush and wait for the other party to barge in. The reason for this was not because they were afraid. Instead, they were worried that there would be a third force in the ruins of the demon capital. If this force was very powerful, they would temporarily observe from the sidelines and know their enemy. Yang Dingtian used his invisibility, mystic skill. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already at the peak of the half-saint realm, so the range of his invisibility mystic skill was very large. If he did not care about the consumption of mystic qi, his invisibility mystic skill could even cover an area of 100 square meters. After finding a corner, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill to cover an area of 100 square meters. The 90 Saint-level Expeditionary Army all entered this invisibility space. Instantly, they completely disappeared into the ruins. Other than the undead, no one would discover their existence, not even Saint-level experts. The force was getting closer and closer, and it was completely unaware that there was an ambush here. Finally, after an hour, Yang Dingtian saw the figure of this force. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked. What entered his sight was Queen Hai Xian's familiar face. She was peerlessly beautiful, but she also looked tired and haggard. Not only her, but there were also hundreds of high-level serpent men. Yang Dingtian even saw the former confidants of Queen Poisa, Viper Mo, Viper Z, and the others. The Queen of the Sea Hearts had actually found this place. Her will was really firm. After the destruction of the Serpent Men Empire, she actually traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to find the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. It was obvious that she wanted to use the power of the Sea Serpent Empire to turn things around. However, from her tired and haggard expression, it seemed that she had not gotten what she wanted. Yang Dingtian had once gone to the Dongli grassland to capture Queen Hai Xian, but she had escaped. Now, she had fallen into the trap. However, was the Demon King Wentian nearby? If he was nearby, then Yang Dingtian would probably alert the enemy if he attacked Queen Hai Xian and the others. Yang Dingtian, Speaker Neru, President Su Yan, and Yaoli clan leader exchanged glances and communicated with hand signals. Defeating and capturing the last force of the Serpent Men Empire would be easy, but it had to be done quickly. They could not give Queen Hai Xian any chance to warn them. They also could not cause a huge energy fluctuation. Next, more than 90 Saint-level experts began to assign tasks. Everyone instantly locked onto one or two targets. Queen Hai Xian was the strongest, so she would be assigned to President Su Yan. After assigning the targets, Yang Dingtian began to count down with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. The energy of more than 90 Saint-level experts burst forth at the same time and directly entered the bodies of the Serpent Men. In an instant, all the Serpent Men's profound veins and energy seas were locked onto. The Serpent Men, led by Hai Xian, seemed to have been petrified in an instant. They could not move at all, and even their eyes could not move. The entire process did not even take 0.01 seconds. Queen Hai Xian's Serpent Men were all captured. There was no energy fluctuation at all. How powerful was this Saint-level expedition army? Yang Dingtian removed his concealment mystic technique and appeared in front of Queen Hai Xian and the others. The moment Queen Hai Xian saw Yang Dingtian, even though she could not move her eyes, she still revealed a look of disbelief. How was this possible? Yang Dingtian actually led so many powerful experts to the ruins of the devil capital. How was this possible? According to the demon king Wen Tian's plan, shouldn't Yang Dingtian have been defeated long ago?